those members of the public that have joined us through way of Zoom or by phone call, if you would like to provide a public comment, please select *9 from your phone or select raise hand from your device on Zoom. And this is to speak on any item with the exception of public hearing items. When the public hearing item is opened, the member of the public will have an opportunity to provide their comment on that item at that time. For those members of the public who have joined us by way of Zoom or telephone, if you would like to provide a public comment on any item with the exception of public hearing items, please dial *9 from your telephone or select raise hand feature from your Zoom account. Thank you.
So we're just waiting for a couple more members of the council to log on. I believe we have a quorum here. Some members that are about to log on virtually. So if council members up here don't mind, we're going to give a couple more minutes for everybody to log on.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the council meeting for June 15th, 2021. Today is a very historic day. in this state's period of time, talking about the reopening, the governor's orders and directive to go ahead and start our reopening. So I want to welcome everybody, those of you who are here physically and those of you who are listening to us and seeing us remotely. I'm going to go ahead and have the clerk call roll. Or do you want me to go ahead and go through the script, Madam Clerk? Let me go ahead and go through a couple of housekeeping matters. This meeting is taking place with limited in-person attendance by teleconference via Zoom. The public can access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. So please bear with us as our technology has disrupted the flow of the meeting in the past. And so before we call roll, one of the things I did want to mention is that, as you see, 4 of us are here physically present. 3 of us are going to be appearing remotely. The governor's orders have continued to relax the Brown Act, which allows those of us on the city council to attend virtually. So we expect that that is going to expire at the end of July. So that's when we will also expect council members to come in and be physically present. So hopefully we'll track that, and we want to be consistent with state law. So it looks like we have 2 more meetings after this one where we'll be present under the relaxed Brown Act orders that the governor has ordered. So with that, Madam Clerk, I'll go ahead and have you call roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Lopez.
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Here.
And Mayor Sarmiento.
Here. And Madam Clerk, did you go ahead and read this, some of the housekeeping language before we started, or do you want to go ahead and read that into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The public was able to begin joining the speaker queue at 4:30 p.m. in accordance with council procedures. Calls will not be accepted after the public comment session has begun. Speakers who are not in the speaker queue by 6 p.m. will not be permitted to speak. To request to speak, dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom. Please announce your name and ward or neighborhood you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And if you'll all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Lopez, who had the pleasure of inviting our speaker who's going to be doing the invocation, Fayaz Nawabi. And so, Councilmember Lopez, if you'll go ahead and do the introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Good evening, everyone. I want to thank, Mr. Nawabi for accepting my invitation to today's invocation. We have a Muslim community in Santa Ana, and we are a city that is diverse and accepting of all religions. And Mr. Nawabi is a prominent voice within the American Muslim community. And a little bit about him and his family. His family fled from a war-torn, Afghanistan when he was a child. And he not only advocates for the Muslim American community, but he also, advocates and stands in solidarity with different communities as well. And again, Mr. Nawabi, thank you for being here today. Please go ahead and lead us in the invocation.
Thank you for having me, Councilwoman Lopez. My name is Fayaz Nawabi, and I serve as a resident imam here in Southern California. And I will start off this invocation with a short passage from the Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله يتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, I recited from chapter 13, verse 12. And God mentions in this chapter and in this verse that, O humanity, I have created you as different tribes, as different ethnicities, as different genders, so you may learn from one another. Verily, in the eyes of God, the one who is closest to God is those who are righteous. And verily, God is all-knowing, all aware of what you do. We pray that God blesses this gathering. We pray that God blesses the Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and city staff that have worked tirelessly through this terrible pandemic. We pray for those that have lost loved ones during this pandemic. We pray for a speedy recovery for the business owners, for those that have lost those loved ones during this pandemic, and as we reopen as a state. God bless.
Thank you for those words, Mr. Nawabi. We appreciate you joining us, and please feel free to welcome us anytime, and thank you for those words of inspiration. Let me go ahead and go to the ceremonial presentations, and we have tonight 3 very important, great recognitions, so thank you, council members, for doing this. Let me go ahead and start off with the first one, which is a proclamation that I'll be presenting to the LGBTQ Center OC, recognizing June as LGBTQ Pride Month. Madam Clerk, I believe that the recipient on behalf of the proclamation will be joining us virtually, and will have a few words to say after I make this presentation. So I'll try to make it brief, although this is a very significant and important proclamation that will be presented tonight. And this will be presented to Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, who's the Director of Advocacy and Education at the LGBTQ Center of OC. So the center was established as a volunteer organization in 1971 and incorporated in 1975 as a 501c3 nonprofit community-based organization. At the LGBTQ Center OC, all members and allies of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community of Orange County join together in a network of support and unity. Their life-affirming programs focus on empowerment, and their advocacy efforts focus on speaking out against hate and discrimination. They exist so that every segment of the LGBTQ population of Orange County has the resources needed to thrive in their own lives and communities. The LGBTQ Center OC provides services to more than 14,000 individuals annually across a broad spectrum of culture, ethnicity, age, and economic background. Programming is especially designed for gay men, lesbians, youth, the transgender community, the Spanish-speaking LGBTQ community, the bisexual community, and LGBTQ families. During LGBTQ Pride Month, we would like to recognize the resilience and determination of organizations such as the LGBTQ Center, who are fighting for the rights of all individuals to live freely and authentically. In doing so, they are opening hearts and minds and laying the foundation for a more just and equitable America. This Pride Month, let's affirm our obligation to uphold the dignity of all people and dedicate ourselves to protecting the most vulnerable among us. So this is especially important for us to recognize today and to proclaim June as LGBTQ Pride Month. But one of the things is that sometimes when you proclaim a month, it's something that you almost confine to a period of time. And it really isn't fair, because I believe, we should be not only be recognizing, but supporting and really making this a permanent gesture of support. I remember when, I was a new council member, we had some items come up before us recognizing, I believe, Santa Ana was the first city in Orange County to recognize Harvey Milk. And Harvey Milk was one of the first gay elected officials in the state of California. He was a supervisor and a city councilman in San Francisco. And not many other cities would want to recognize the achievements that Harvey Milk stood for. And Santa Ana was one of those first cities to do that. He represented a lot of the struggle in government and politics He was unfortunately assassinated while he was in office, so it was one of the first steps I think that this city took in recognizing the LGBTQ community, as well as having the pride flag fly over City Hall, in addition to being the home of the Pride Parade. So, one of the gestures I wanted to add, in addition to the proclamation that we're making, proclaiming June 2021 as LGBTQ Pride Month, is that we make some permanent effort to recognize the struggle and really not just supporting, but being advocates for the LGBTQ community. So I know other cities have done crosswalks or different markers that show, our support of the community. I certainly want us to see what we can do for that. I think it would be not only fair, but the right thing to do. So hopefully that is a step that we'll be taking this year. And with that, I want to go ahead and give the floor to Stephanie Camacho Van Dyke, who's the Director of Advocacy and Education for the LGBTQ Center, who will be receiving this proclamation on behalf of the community. Stephanie, are you with us?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and to the Santa Ana City Council for this wonderful recognition. I will be brief because I know you all have a full agenda ahead of you, but on behalf of the LGBTQ Center OC, it is my utmost privilege and honor to accept this proclamation for LGBTQ Pride Month. I know that Pride looks different this year as Orange County emerges from the COVID-19 pandemic, but I think we should still continue to take this time to celebrate and uplift LGBTQ voices and culture, as well as recognize how far we've come in terms of progress locally and nationally. But of course, as always, we also should recognize that there's just much more work that needs to be done, and so the work continues from there. So let's continue to work together so that Orange County is a safer, affirming, and inclusive space for everybody. Thank you so much again for recognizing our agency, and I wish you all a happy LGBTQ Pride Month.
Thank you for those words, Stephanie. I understand, Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and mail this proclamation to the LGBTQ Center OC so they can display prominently in their offices, so everybody realizes that Santana is a community that is not only supported but advocates on behalf of all LGBTQ residents. With that, let me go ahead and turn it over to, I believe it's going to be Councilmember Hernandez, who is going to be recognizing the Orange County Children's Therapeutic Arts Center. Councilmember?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. It is with great pleasure and it is a true honor to present an award of a certificate of recognition to the Orange County Therapeutic Arts Center, who does fantastic work in our community. For over 20 years, they have utilized the arts as a social change model to help children rewrite their story. In utilizing music, visual arts, dance, piano, and art, they have helped thousands of kids across our city and across the county of Orange. I do believe we have a presentation that we will be showing as well. Is there a presentation? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
it looks like it's loading up.
Hi, I'm Councilmember Hernandez, and today I am joined with OCTAC. Orange County Children's Therapeutic Arts Center is a unique community-based organization that focuses on utilizing the arts as a vehicle to empower at-promise youth and children with special needs in Orange County. I'm a proud supporter of OCTAC, as they have been providing services for our community for the past 20 years. Families in Santa Ana and across Orange County have received their services, and their services have a special focus on individuals with disabilities from diverse cultural backgrounds and linguistic backgrounds. Many of the families that they serve are multicultural, monolingual, and low-income migrant families. OCTAC is the first organization in Orange County offering unique programming that combines the arts, academics, and creative therapies to help youth and adults realize their highest potential. Today, we would like to celebrate the winners of the month-long contest called the Aspiring Music Challenge. Regarding the second annual Aspiring Music Challenge, there are 2 categories, one for solo and one for ensembles. Ensembles can range anywhere from a duo to a trio, a quartet, or more. There's a winner selected from each based on 3 age categories, ages 4 through 8, ages 9 through 12, and ages 13 and above. I would like to welcome Phoebe Stansel, Prep Arts Music Department Coordinator, to introduce the student winners.
Good afternoon. I'm so glad to be here at City Hall. I just thank you guys so much for having us. I'm so proud of each and every one of the students that stand here. And I'd like to start out to congratulate the solo winners. Starting with Melanie Palacio, ages 6 to 8.
This is for you. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Next, we have Camila Sanchez in the 9 to 12 age category winner.
Here you go, Camila. Thank you so much for your amazing work that you did. We're very proud of you.
And last, we have Roberto Reyes, ages 13 and above.
Thank you so much, Roberto. You are appreciated. Good work.
Next, we have our ensemble categories, 2 duos, Bella and Johannes Zarate.
Bella. Oh, here we go. And Johannes. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
And ages 13 and above, duo ensemble, Melanie Castellanos and Andrea Aleman.
Andrea Aleman and Melanie, congratulations. Thank you.
Wonderful. And on behalf of OCTAC, we have a little surprise for you.
Oh, thank you.
We have a token of our appreciation for you.
Oh,
and
my
we know
goodness.
that you love Tupac. So
Are you
we would
kidding
love-
me?
This is actually from Jefferson Elementary School.
Wow.
It is a transfer press printing, and we are really excited to give this to you.
I'm very rarely at a loss for words, but I am just in awe of the amazing work that you all do, and this artist in particular is somebody that, when I was their age, changed my life. So to see what you are all doing with arts and how we're having it come full circle, thank you, and here's to utilizing the arts to change our story. Make some noise for them. Thank you so much. I love it.
Great.
And in conclusion, Mr. Mayor, fantastic organization. I just want to congratulate the winners of the Music Solo Challenge. They did a fantastic job, and what an honor for us to have this organization right in our backyard.
Thank you, Councilmember. Amazing. I couldn't see the print, but Mayor Pro Tem was telling me that it's beautiful, and anything with Tupac I know is good. So appreciate that. There you go, off into the deep blue sea.
So like I'm in a wormhole now.
I know. You really went away. Let me go ahead and turn it over to Councilmember Fan for the last presentation tonight. She'll be making a proclamation to the Orange County Justice Fund recognizing June 2021 as Immigrant Heritage Month. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd like to say that I, along with Councilmember Nelida Mendoza, both presented this. We are both immigrants, and of course, so are you. And we just wanted to recognize the, immigrants who make this country great, who participate, who are part of this community. As many of us know, over 40% of Santa Ana are foreign-born. And I think it's really important that we recognize our heritage here in the city, in the state, and in the country. So, Madam City Clerk, I believe there is a video. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nelida Mendoza, and I'm the council member for Ward 6. Today, we are presenting a resolution to the Orange County Justice Fund. And today, we have Councilmember Tai Fan with us, and also Sabrina Rivera from the Orange County Justice Fund. So the Orange County Justice Fund was created in 2017 through a collaboration of attorneys, law professors, and grassroots leaders to ensure that no Orange County resident is forced to defend themselves from deportation without an attorney, as well as, and to provide support so that these individuals eligible to be released from detention without being financially devastated. An estimated 310,000 undocumented immigrants live in Orange County and are at risk of detention and deportation. The OCJF is dedicated to generating support for transformative and effective legal representation for some of the most vulnerable members of the Orange County community. In the summer of 2017, the Santa Ana City Council, with the supplemental funding from the Vera Institute of Justice, provided seed money for a pilot program that will enable Orange County-based office to begin providing pro bono legal representation to Orange County residents facing deportation.
Building off the success with the Santa Ana Vera partnership, OC Justice Fund strategically explores other ways to build infrastructure in Orange County for removal defense legal services. As an attorney and as a Vietnamese refugee, I have directly seen how their services have improved the lives of Orange County residents. Their work takes place in the context of a broader movement for immigrants' rights, much of which is happening right now in Orange County. In addition to working with the City of Santa Ana and IMDEF regarding the Universal Defense Fund, OC Justice Fund also supports the Vision Act, which is to prevent the transfer of immigrants and refugees in California state prisons to ICE. This is incredibly important not only to the state of California, but to the residents here in the city of Santa Ana. OCJF has also taken steps to strengthen and support local grassroots leaders who are paving the way for immigrant communities and families. And they invite more supporters into the movement. As we celebrate Immigrant Heritage Month, we want to recognize and celebrate organizations like Orange County Justice Fund, who provide immigrants with opportunities and access to financial resources and enable community members to return home. Thank you.
And the Executive Director, Sabrina Rivera, will now say a few words. And here is this beautiful proclamation on behalf of the City of Santa Ana. And we thank you so much for doing the work that you do for our community.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm Sabrina Rivera, the Executive Director with the Orange County Justice Fund. Thank you, Councilmember Fan and Mendoza, for this recognition for the Orange County Justice Fund work. We also want to thank the rest of the City Council, not just the current City Council, but also the 2017 City Council for being in support of the Universal Representation program in Santa Ana that has benefited many Santa Ana residents. Since 2017, the Orange County Justice Fund has provided funding for over 56 individuals, many ties with Santa Ana, many residents from Santa Ana, and we provided funding for families who cannot afford to post bond set by immigration officials and judges. So please visit us at www.ocjf.org to support us and get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you, Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Mendoza. The OC Justice Fund does incredible work, as do the attorneys, ensuring that there's due process for people who are being separated from their families. So let me go ahead and move on to the next section of our meeting, which is staff presentations, and I'll turn it over to the city manager to give us an update on the COVID-19.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Tonight's COVID-19 update includes the latest information on the reopening of California, new guidance on face coverings, and then, as requested, we have some information as to what's our vaccine rate in our city. So first, I'll share some news, as the Mayor mentioned, about the Office of the Governor reopening the state. So thanks to an increase in vaccine distribution and falling COVID-19 transmission rates, Governor Newsom has issued an executive order to fully reopen California's economy. This means no more physical distancing, no capacity limits for activities and businesses, no county tiers, and relaxed guidance on face coverings. These changes all took effect today. The reopening of the state's economy changes a few things. At first, it eliminates physical distancing requirements for activities. However, the California Department of Public Health still encourages people to practice physical distancing to keep themselves and others healthy. In this instance, physical distancing is recommended but not mandatory. Second, it eliminates capacity limits on businesses such as restaurants, shopping malls, and almost everyday places. These businesses are now able to operate as usual with no physical distancing required. And finally, the executive order does away with the blueprint for a safer economy. That was the county-by-county tier system that was used to set restrictions on activities based on public health metrics for a particular county. The state will continue to monitor the data and the COVID rates. So at the state and local level, we've relaxed rules surrounding the use of face masks. As the Director of Emergency Services, I issued an executive order that repeals the city's face covering requirement, which is also effective today, June 15th. This date was chosen to coincide with the state's reopening and their updates on face covering guidance, which matches that of the Centers for Disease Control. Generally, the new mask guideline allows vaccinated people to not have to wear a face covering in public with certain limitations. All people must wear a face covering in the following settings. That includes public transit, hospitals, long-term care facilities, homeless shelters, correctional facilities, and schools. At this point, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, or OSHA, has not changed its safety guidelines for workplaces. I believe they're meeting on Thursday, and we might have some more clarification then. But in the meantime, our city employees will continue to take certain precautions at City Hall and other city facilities. Face coverings are not required for members of the public who are vaccinated and wish to visit City Hall. For people who are not yet vaccinated, a face covering is required when indoor public settings and businesses. This includes places like retail stores, restaurants, and other businesses. Of course, there's exemptions for individuals that are younger than 2 years old, individuals that might have a medical condition, individuals that may be hearing impaired, and other people where wearing a mask would create a risk to that person due to their work. So let's shift gears and talk about vaccines. The Santa Ana community is working towards getting vaccinated. Our city staff under your leadership has been very busy working with partners to combat vaccine hesitancy and make vaccines convenient and available for everyone. So we have a breakdown by zip code in our city of what are percent vaccinated. So this would be the percentage fully vaccinated or at least receiving the first dose of a 2-dose vaccination. So the left column shows the zip codes. The right column indicates the percentage of eligible individuals who are vaccinated. You can see that the zip code with the highest percentage of vaccinated people is 92706 with almost 70%. And in contrast, the zip code with the lowest percentage is 92701, just at 51.29%. We are still working with our partners to allocate those vaccine resources where they're needed the most. To help spread awareness of COVID-19 vaccine, our mayor joined the White House Mayor's Challenge to increase vaccination rates by July 4th. To help do that, we are using our communication resources to get the word out, including digital, bus shelter ads, and continuing to staff our COVID-19 vaccine hotline. While expanding our communications is great, we also have to make sure that the vaccines are available. So as part of the Mayor's Challenge, the city is partnering with OC United Way and Providence to roll out mobile vaccine clinics in Santa Ana. This would augment the existing mobile clinics and other vaccine sites that are operated by the OC Healthcare Agency. To incentivize people to get vaccinated at one of our 4 mobile vaccine clinics, we're providing each vaccinated person with a $25 gift card, a ticket to either Bowers Museum, the Discovery Cube, or our own Santa Ana Zoo, and a chance to win a Disneyland vacation. And this is in addition to the incentives that are being offered by the state. The state is still offering $50 gift cards for everyone who gets vaccinated and other incentives, including $1.5 million in cash drawings and dream vacations. The scheduling of the next 4 mobile vaccine clinics are, you can see from the slide, at the different locations, beginning on June 17th in Chepa Park, June 19th at Our Lady of Guadalupe Church, June 23rd at the Roosevelt Walker Community Center, and June 26th at the Southwest Senior Center. For more information on these locations, please dial 949-477-4516. And as always, if you do wish to get a vaccine outside of the city of Santa Ana, you can access the County of Orange's website, othina.com, or you can still access this California state's website, which is myturn.ca.gov. So we're very excited to see our economy reopen and our local businesses and residents to thrive again. The COVID-19 pandemic is still not over, though, and so to allow the economy to remain open and to avoid another COVID-19 surge and to protect public health, the City of Santa Ana encourages everyone age 12 and older to get vaccinated, follow the COVID-19 public health guidance issued by the U.S. Center for Disease Controls and Prevention, the California Department of Public Health, and the County of Orange Healthcare Agency. And that concludes my presentation tonight.
Great. Thank you, Madam City Manager. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if there are any comments or questions. Council members? Nobody here physically that wants to say anything? Anybody on the line that wishes to add anything? Hearing none. So I just wanted to thank you for continuing with these updates and, for your comments about, even though today is, again, historic because the governor has designated today as the reopening of the state, and actually California is performing much better than all the other states in the country. So, we do have something to be proud of, but communities like ours have really struggled, as you saw the matrix of zip codes of people that have been vaccinated. You have some parts of the county and parts of the state that have been vaccinated at a much higher rate. You see some zip codes in our city where we're still struggling. So I'm glad we're going to be continuing to support the mobile efforts, because that's what I believe needs to be done. We need to go into neighborhoods. We need to go into those areas that people, I don't think, are hesitant, but they need to understand that it's safe, right? And there needs to be people who they trust to be able to come and approach them and let them know that it's available. Some people in our community still think that vaccines cost money, that they have to pay for vaccines. Some people are misled and believe that they're dangerous, and we have to make sure that we offset that with science-based fact. So I'm very hopeful today. I think that this is the first step in reopening the economy, but also just society here in the city. And so I'm cautiously optimistic that we're going to be doing things in a responsible way as a community and as businesses open up. I just want to make sure that people know, Santa Ana, because we've been disproportionately impacted, we were one of the first cities and one of the few cities to even enforce a mask wearing rule. So we took this very seriously. We made sure that we encouraged testing when testing was was the precursor to vaccinations and making sure people had the ability to test freely and in their neighborhoods. That mobile effort was done there. So, as I joined the U.S. Conference of Mayors Challenge on this to vaccinate more people, I encourage my council members, my colleagues, to join me as we go out to those sites and encourage people in the neighborhood to get vaccinated. I want to thank our partners at the Santa Ana Zoo, at Bowers Museum, at the Discovery Cube, and even our friends over at Disney for providing some incentives and motivation for people to get vaccinated, because we still know that this isn't over. We're in much better shape than we were. I remember back in November and December, but we're still not through with this. And so let's all continue to work together to get through this. And I just want to thank everybody in the city who's done their part, and many of you have done your parts in helping your neighbors, your family, and others in the city to ensure that we get healthy together. So moving along to, there was no closed session, so there isn't anything to report out. So I'll go ahead and just read this as we move into our public comment section. This is the time and place of the meeting for the council to receive comments from the public on agendized and non-agendized items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into any discussion at this time. The public comment call line is now closed, but it's been open since 4:30 this afternoon. So, Madam Clerk, I'm going to go ahead and do it the way we've done it before. I'll go ahead and take the cards, request to speak cards for those who are physically present, and then for those who are waiting on the phone, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Madam Clerk so she can go ahead and call on those people that are waiting online. So let me begin, and as you all know, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak. You don't have to use the entire 3 minutes. If you want to be concise, sometimes that's more effective. But let me go ahead and start with Chloe Rios.
Hi, I know you all know me already. How are you? Mayor Sarmiento, earlier you said we are opening minds and hearts by providing and recognizing June 21st as LGBTQ Day and a certificate of recognition to the LGBTQ community. And you also mentioned you want the art that represents the LGBTQ community all throughout the city, similar to other cities. Don't forget that Alianza Translatinx is the first organization that fiercely advocates and provides services specifically tailored to the transgender community. As you mentioned, Santa Ana has had an organization that serves the LGBTQ community since 1971. Yet, I have not seen the services that I need as a transgender woman living in Santa Ana for the past 21 years. I need hormone replacement therapy. I once needed housing resources, and I know today we have transgender people sleeping on the streets. I need legal services, or I needed when I was let go of my job in Newport Beach for being transgender and for being different. Where are those services? It is time that Santa Ana invests in transgender citizens and residents. The William Institute estimates that at least 218,400 individuals in California identify as transgender. Despite representing a significant portion of the state's population, we continue to be left out of conversations regarding medical and mental health care needs. As a result, our transgender community continues to experience refusal of treatments, verbal harassment, physical and sexual assault, and the lack of appropriate and necessary medical care. Instead of spending money on painting streets or murals to honor our community, invest the funds in creating a shelter that is specifically for transgender and gender nonconforming people. We are being discriminated for not having documents that identifies us by our gender. I am being harassed and called by my birth name, and I am not being respected of my pronouns. Show your pride not by providing certificates, but by providing funding to support the work we are doing. Because it's great to paint rainbows on the crosswalks or spell out the word LGBTQ on major boulevards. But does that feed hungry trans people? Does that provide housing to houseless transgender people? Does that stop the harassment from police officers when we are walking down the street or filing a report for being harassed? I don't think so. I invite you to rethink how you want to show your pride and invest in transgender lives now. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney Calderon, followed by Richard Garcia. Courtney Calderon. I'll go ahead and set that one aside. Richard, you're up. Followed by Bulmaro Vicente.
Welcome, council members, councilwomen. Richard Garcia. I've been a community leader for many, many years. And one of my main issues here is the shopping center at the 711-2112 South Main Street. We put that together almost 7 years ago. Unfortunately, Raul Ramos passed away. He was a president for Memorial Park. And we're gonna do the best we can to keep this issue going on the 7-Eleven parking issue. We do have issues regarding drinking, drug activities, and a whole bunch of negative. So we need to see what you guys can do, okay? Another issue that we've been on is the Benito Taqueria taco stand at the South Merchants Association, at the South, I just went blank. It's 2202 South Main Street. And we've been having some issues there too. So we need to see what we can do to eliminate those problems, okay? One last item is the 2064 South Main Street smoke shop and a lunch truck there too. So we've been having some negative issues too, drug issues. What it is spilling over to the 7-Eleven. So we reached out to the Chief Valentin and also to the MHA. So they're doing what they can. So if you guys can reach out and get this issue resolved, we appreciate it. Okay. So any questions?
No, we're good. Thank you, Richard. It's good to see you again.
All right. I got to get back to my wife. All right, guys?
Take care of yourself.
All right, you too. All right,
Thank you.
bye-bye now. Okay.
Bulmaro Vicente, followed by Mia Verdeen, followed by Gloria Sanchez. So if you guys can all be ready to go, and that way we can go in quick order.
Hi. Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Bulmaro Vicente, and I'm the Policy Director for Chispa, a member of Chicanos Unidos, and a lifelong resident of Santa Ana Ward 4. I'm here speaking regarding the proposed city budget. Our city has put police first for so long, while other departments and services for vulnerable residents are left fighting for scraps. Some of you, the mayor and some newly elected council members, won your election because you rejected cop money and the endorsement from the POA, even making public comment yourself on the increase last year. Today is a chance for you to show your voters where your loyalties are, because a no to cop money is a no to continuing the city's history of putting police over people. We've seen how this strategy doesn't work and further criminalizes the young people in our city. We need to divest money that goes towards the police department, such as the city's cannabis revenue. I find it concerning as a resident and as a consumer that so much money goes towards enforcement, but also the obscurity of where this money goes to. In the report by the grand jury on the Santa Ana Cannabis Fund, they stated that the city's expenditure and enforcements aren't transparent and that there is no clearly identifiable accounting for residents to see how this money is spent. They stated that there is no true viable oversight regarding the disbursement and the use of cannabis money received. This is concerning, especially as $3.4 million of this money goes towards enforcement, with $1.4 million going to the Santa Ana Police Department. We need to shift more funds away from the police and more towards youth services. The tragic irony is that Santa Ana cannabis tax revenue is funding and continuing the historic pattern of arrests for nonviolent drug offenses that harm communities of color. We need to focus on better priorities such as investing in youth. Lastly, I think it's unfair to remove the Santa Anita handball courts when the city is currently in the process of the park's master plan survey. We should allow our residents to provide feedback on how they envision every park to be. People still play handball in the Santa Anita Park. In fact, a few handball players are planning a tournament there next month on July 24th, and we invite you to attend to see how many people come out and play. Let's start a new direction for how we invest in our community and our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mia Verdín, followed by Gloria Sanchez, followed by Rachel Pozos.
Santa Ana City Council and Mayor. Today I come before you to discuss agenda item number 6, the city budget. As Youth Commissioner representing Ward 3, we are not being heard and we are not being funded. The city invests $152 per young healthy person aged 10 through 24 on youth development programs versus when a youth is arrested by SAPD $12,770 is spent. This is not okay. The youth of Santa Ana call on the City Council to divert more funds to youth programs such as mental health counselors, the Santa Ana Public Library, Santa Ana youth reentry programs, teen mom programs, and food cards for youth that don't have access to food. As the youth, we are subjected to watch our parents struggle to pay rent and face eviction. These tenants are often evicted without any legal representation. This is an issue all too common, which is why I would also like to call for more funds to be allocated to the Tenant Legal Defense Fund. We must also invest in community-centered developments that prioritize vulnerable low-income neighborhoods and promote access to housing that is affordable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments. Gloria Sanchez, followed by Rachel Pozos, followed by Cynthia Espinosa.
Muy buenas tardes, Vicente Sarmiento. En esta noche les quiero hacer saber que nosotros, la comunidad LGBTQ, más conocida como Alianza Translatinex, estamos abogando por el apoyo de ustedes a los mayors para que nos puedan apoyar. A nosotros como comunidad hemos sufrido discriminación desde muchos años. Yo tengo aquí en la ciudad de Santa Ana más de 35 años. Esos 35 años siempre he pedido ayuda cuando he sido discriminada por policías que me han acosado a donde quiera que yo voy, a donde quiera que esas personas me las encuentro, me hacen harassment, abusan de mí físicamente y mentalmente. Estoy cansada de que en la cárcel, cuando me han llevado arrestada, he tenido que sufrir todo el acoso de la policía y se me hace injusto que hemos estado pidiendo ayuda para que nuestra comunidad, que es una minoría, no se nos pueda voltear a ver cuando hemos estado aquí toda la vida. Entonces necesitamos ese apoyo porque lo necesitamos ahora y en este momento. Estamos en el 2021 donde el tiempo ya ha cambiado, no estamos en la democracia de antes, estamos en la de ahorita. Hay policías que se enfocan en hacerle harassment a las chicas transgénero. No puede caminar uno libremente, no puede tener uno una vida mente. Afortunadamente yo soy una persona que tiene un negocio, doy empleo a varias personas y aún así, porque yo pago mis impuestos y pago los impuestos de esas personas, no se me permite vivir libremente. Estamos en el país de la oportunidad en donde todos somos iguales y yo pienso que es el momento de que todos podemos tener ese derecho de igualdad. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening, Mayor Sarmiento, and I'm here to represent the LGBTQ community, also known as Alianza Translatinex, and I'm here to ask for your support, the support for us, for our community. I've been discriminated, and we have been discriminated for years. I've been in Santa Ana for over 35 years, and I've been discriminated ever since. The police has harassed me many times over all this time. I've been physically abused, mentally abused, and when they send me to jail, the police harasses me as well. I don't think it's fair for our community. We have been here forever. We need this to stop now. We need the support now. This is 2021, but this is not the times of yesteryear. The times have changed. The police there are police officers that are focusing on harassing our trans girls, and we are not free to walk in the streets. I myself, I'm a business owner. I hire people, I pay taxes, and even myself, I cannot live free. We need, this is the land of opportunity. We are all equal, and we need this equality.
Thank you for that. Rachel Pozos, followed by Cynthia Espinosa.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Rachel Pozos. Estoy aquí nuevamente. La vez pasada se comentó que había algo así de la prostitución en la Main. Yo creo ya tomaron cartas en el asunto. Felicidades, qué bueno. Pero también quisiera saber de qué manera está trabajando la policía para ayudar a esas personas detenidas. Me gustaría saber qué planes tienen para ellas, en qué se está trabajando, así como se tomaron la oportunidad de querer acabar con eso. También estoy aquí nuevamente pidiendo por mi comunidad transgénero. Hoy en el mes del orgullo, como ya lo dijeron, al centro LGBTQ. Me gustaría tener reportes, pero no los hay. Me gustaría que ellos los enseñaran, ya que son más de 21 años los que tienen, creo, trabajando en la ciudad de Santa Ana y no tienen, creo, ningún reporte de cuántas mujeres transgénero habemos en el condado de Orange. Somos Alianza Translatinex, tenemos un año. Concejales, muchos de ustedes nos siguen en nuestra página y han visto lo que hemos hecho en el transcurso de un año. Nosotras estamos aquí voluntarias trabajando por nuestra comunidad y se me hace injusto que no se nos apoye a las que realmente estamos haciendo el trabajo y estamos trabajando para nuestra comunidad. Como ya lo dijo mi compañera anterior, ella tiene más de 20 años viviendo en este condado y es un orgullo para Alianza Translatinex decir que nosotras le hicimos su cambio de nombre gratis, como a ella, como a otras que tienen más de 25 años. Aquí están las pruebas, nosotros podemos demostrar que estamos trabajando para nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias, esperemos podamos trabajar con ustedes. Buenas noches.
Gracias.
Good evening, my name is Rachel Pozos, and I'm here once again. Last time we talked about, somebody mentioned about prostitution on Main. I'm glad that you were able to do something. Thank you for that. But now I'm wondering what's going to happen. What is the police going to do to help the people who have been detained? Are there any plans, and what are the plans to help them? Again, we ask for protection for our trans girls, and now today is the Pride Month, and we want to know what are the LGBTQ reports. They've been working in the community for over 25 years in Santa Ana, and what are the reports? We don't have any reports of how they've been helping the trans girls in Orange County. Alianza Translatinex has only been here for a year, and we have been helping our community. We've been serving our community. We are volunteers. We are working in the county, and we are doing this work. Like my friend said earlier, who has been over here for over 20 years, we helped her change her name legally for free. And we've helped others that have been around for over 25 years. So we want proof of how they have been helping. We need this proof now. We have proof that we have been working for our community.
Great, thank you. Cynthia Espinosa.
Sí, hola, muy buenas tardes a todos. Como saben, mi nombre es Cynthia Espinosa, soy cofundadora de Alianza Translatinex, soy proveedora de servicios a mi comunidad transgénero y género no conforme. Tenemos un año trabajando y donando nuestro tiempo sin recibir nada a cambio. Bueno, como saben, todas estamos aquí. Muchas comunidades de Santa Ana nos sentimos defraudadas con la decisión de la ciudad en no invertir los fondos federales que se supone serían destinados para rescatar a los residentes de la ciudad después de la terrible pandemia. El dinero no lo están invirtiendo en el bienestar de la comunidad como lo han indicado en varias juntas y mucho menos en nuestra gente que en realidad la necesita. Señor Sarmiento, por eso estamos aquí exigiéndole a Santa Ana que invierta también en nuestra comunidad transgénero. Igual que la policía, Alianza Translatinex también necesita 9, 10, 12, 15 millones de dólares porque necesitamos crear, promover facilitación de programas y servicios de atención médica en general, centros de salud y bienestar físico de todos los residentes de transgéneros de Santa Ana, implementar servicios de vivienda específicamente adaptados a las necesidades de la comunidad transgénero y género no conforme, expandir los programas de vivienda apoyo a existentes, combatir falta de vivienda, la inestabilidad económica y aumentar el acceso a atención médica de nuestra comunidad. Entonces también, señor Sarmiento y concejales, también queremos policías capacitados y sensibilizados para que cuando cualquier persona o la comunidad transgénero tenga algún problema sea tratado y respetado, no juzgado por nuestra apariencia y ¿qué más? Perdón. Y sentirnos apoyados por él y no preguntarnos qué es lo que estás haciendo en la calle o cuánto es lo que cobras. Creo que lo que menos queremos son menos policías transfóbicos. No queremos eso de la policía. Así es que ya sabe, alcalde Sarmiento, sean generosos con los fondos para mi comunidad de Alianza Translatinex. Necesitamos 9, 10 o 15 millones e igual que la policía.
Good evening. As you know, my name is Cynthia Espinosa. I'm a co-founder of Alianza Trans Latinx, and we have been volunteering. We've been helping our community for over a year with no money. We have not been paid. We are here because we feel let down by the city because you are not using the money that you're receiving from the federal government to alleviate the suffering from the pandemic in our community. The money that you are using, you're not investing it in our community, in our people. We are asking that you invest, that the city of Santa Ana invests in transgender non-conforming people and allot Alianza Trans Latinx $9, $12, or $15 million like you are doing with other programs to provide the facilities, to provide medical services, to provide counseling, to provide health services, physical well-being, housing for our people, for transgender people, for gender non-conforming people, that's specifically for them, to provide financial assistance, medical assistance, and we need the police officers to be trained and to be sensitive to how they treat our community when they stop them, that they don't judge them by their appearance, that they don't put them down, that they don't ask them, what are you doing walking the streets, how much do you charge? They're judging us that way. We need to provide Alianza Trans Latinx with these funds, the $9, $10, or $12 million like you are doing to the police.
Thank you. I think somebody who I called on before is now back, Courtney Calderon. And then followed by Naila Hernandez, followed by Karina, followed by Sarah Bruno.
Hello. Beforehand, sorry if I stumble over my words. I'm nervous, not great at public speaking, but I'm passionate about this, and it needs to be reminded of you guys. You guys claimed, Vicente, you claimed that you wanted more police accountability. We showed up for you. We voted for you and got you in the position that you are in. Mayor, how are you different? Are you voting accordingly? The contracts that you want to claim that keep your hands tied existed well before you were elected into power and applied for this job. Jesse and Jonathan, right? Homegrown leaders. These problems that existed, they have existed before they applied for this job. They have dealt with the consequences of the policies of the people before them. So these problems existed before the pandemic, and this pandemic only made them worse. And people's basic needs, such as housing, are not being met. And it's ridiculous for you to use any policies or any legal terms as a justification for you not doing your job. You're failing the youth that got you elected. They got you into the position. How are you guys different? And while Heroes Pay is a great Band-Aid to a deeper rooted problem, advocating and calling out your colleagues for not showing up for the community that got them elected is fighting for your community. It's great to claim that you believe in something, but it's another thing to fight for it. Calling out your colleagues, and for the campaign, who funds their campaigns? They vote in this council according to who pays their paycheck. And call it out for what it is, because people's lives are being affected for your inactions. You're policymakers. Look for ways around the policies to fix it so that people's needs are being met. Because you're failing us. Until the city budget is actually reflective of the city's needs, of the people's needs, you're failing us. And any sort of measure that is just minuscule progress is not good enough. You want a cookie for showing up on time for work, as if the community didn't have to push you for you to do the bare minimum. As if, como que si te nació de corazón, as if it came from your heart. No, the community made you vote accordingly. Act according to what you claim to believe in. And if not, then we know where you stand. And when your re-election comes, don't claim. And don't be all shook because we call you the same mierda that used to sit in those seats before you.
Naila Hernandez, followed by Karina, followed by Sarah Bruno. Naila Hernandez, Karina, followed by Sarah Bruno.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Karina Reyes y he estado aquí en esta comunidad de Santana por más de 40 años. Vivo y soy transgénero y estoy apoyando a este grupo que pienso que tiene manera de ayudar a la comunidad de nosotras. Estamos apoyándote a ti, Vicente Sarmiento, y a toda la comunidad y esperemos trabajar todos juntos para tener una mejor Santana. Pues me da gusto tener un representante de Santana como tú. Y esperemos que sea todo mejor para todos. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening. I'm Karina Reyes. I've been a resident of Santa Ana for over 40 years, and I'm living here in Santa Ana, a transgender woman, and I'm here to support our community, and I'm here to support this group that has a way to help our community. We have supported you, Mr. Vicente Sarmiento. You are part of the community. We want better Santa Ana. And I'm happy to have you here as a Santa Ana representative, to have a Santa Ana representative as yourself. So we hope that you represent, and we hope to have a better Santa Ana for all.
Great. Thank you. Sarah Bruno, followed by Nico Miquels, followed by Guadalupe Rios. Sarah Bruno, Nico, Guadalupe Rios, Guadalupe, how about Rosa Pizarro? Pisano.
Muy buenas noches. Yo soy Rosa Pisano. Usted me conoce muy bien, como estoy conociendo ahorita a todos los que le están cooperando a usted. Estoy muy orgullosa de seguir viniendo a poner mi cara por mi comunidad. A pesar de que mis años, ya estoy cansada de que aún no nos han hecho justicia. Quiero ver si este año, con el poder suyo que nos ha ofrecido anteriormente, hacer algo por nosotros. Tenemos 10 años de estar sufriendo con un manager abusivo que no nos respeta. Quiero que ponga cartas en el asunto, señor Sarmiento. Él abusa de nosotros, de la comunidad que no puede levantar su voz, de la comunidad que agacha la cara, de que dice que está bien, pero que nos da coraje, porque Él aprovecha de nuestra bondad. Este manager, creemos que es un manager, porque dice el nombre, pero él era el barrendero anteriormente. Y ahora, con abuso de autoridad, nos llega a gritar a la casa. Nosotros pagamos 1,500 de renta, y él no respeta nuestra propiedad. No sé si está en su poder de usted, de los concejales, poder hacer algo por nosotros. También vengo a solicitar que con este budget que ha venido, que son 43 billones de dólares, que sepan invertirlos. Quiero transparencia, quiero ver la realidad de las cosas, señor Sarmiento. Mire nuestra calle Primera, qué tan fea está. Mire los freeways, qué suciedad. Es una vergüenza. Antes no se veía tanto gente deshabilitada, gente enferma mental, cómo se cruzan ahorita. Estamos viviendo una era fea, por esta pandemia y que venga este manager todavía a pisarnos, por favor. Somos 120 en mi parque, 120 familias que muchos han tenido que dejar su casa porque ya no aguantamos al manager. Yo sé que ya la luz me está anunciando, pero quiero que también venga la señora del otro parque, que es Guadalupe, para que venga a hablar un poquito de lo que ellas sufren también en su parque. La misma cosa, señor Sarmiento. Por favor, cartas en el asunto. Vea bien, yo no estoy peleando con la policía porque les dan dinero a ellos. Dediquen un poco de dinero a renovar Santana, a verla mejor. Queremos luces en Sullivan, tanto que les he pedido. Esa luz parece de Tijuana. Es por eso que nos apuñalan a tanta gente ahí. Hay tanto crimen. A cualquier hora, a las 3 de la mañana, en la noche. Queremos cámaras, por favor. Gracias.
Doña Rosa, antes de que se vaya, ¿por qué no, Daniel, si puedes hablar con doña Rosa y para agarrar los datos acerca de su situación? Gracias, doña Rosa.
Muchas gracias.
Good evening, my name is Rosa Pisano. You know me because I've been here before, and I'm glad to get to know the people who are here working with you. I'm here to help our community, to give the face for the community, from our community. I'm going in age and I am tired, but I'm tired because of the lack of justice, because we're hoping that this year you can help us. We're hoping that you can do something. You offered to do something for our community, and we've been having problems with this manager for over 10 years. And this manager does not respect us. He takes advantage of our people. He steps on our people. He does not respect us. And the manager, he's a manager in name only, because he used to be the person that sweeps over there, but now he comes into our homes and yells at us. We pay rent, we pay $1,500 in rent, and he does not respect us. So we are here to see if you can do something in our community. I don't know if that's something that you can do, the city council can do. Also, the $43 million that you're going to be receiving, we want you to invest it in our community and to have transparency in how you are using these funds. Look at First Street. It's very ugly now. Look at the freeways. They're very dirty now. We didn't used to have so many sick people walking in the streets, and now the situation is very bad. And let alone this manager that is there in our community. Over 100 families are suffering because of him. Many have left because they don't want to deal with him. And also, I'd like to call Mrs. Guadalupe to talk about what's happening in her park, a very similar situation. So please help us in something. I'm not against you giving money to the police, but do use money to improve Santa Ana. Give us some help in the light at Sullivan. The light that's there looks like a light from Tijuana. We have had stabbings and people getting hurt over there. We need to have cameras installed over there.
Thank you. ¿Usted es Guadalupe Ríos?
Rico.
Rico. Adelante.
Señor Sarmiento, me apena mucho venir en esta manera. Yo ya había solicitado una cita con el señor Jonathan Hernández y sí, su secretario Dani Soto me atendió, ¿te recuerdas? Le dejé una carta aproximadamente de 5 hojas, 10 páginas, y hasta el día de hoy estoy esperando una respuesta del joven y del concejal y nunca la he obtenido. Como decía mi compañera Rosa Pisano, hemos sido abusados verbal, física y emocionalmente en estos parques. Es una comunidad de 228 casas donde pagamos $1,500, todas se pagan taxis, señor, y no hemos tenido ayuda de parte de ustedes. De una manera bien atenta, le quiero pedir ayuda. Rápido, señor. Mucha gente se ha muerto con lo de la pandemia, como 50 personas muertas, y eso no les conduele a los managers. Han desalojado a personas, las han sacado y han revendido las casas otra vez. Eso es un abuso que ya estamos cansados. Como le repito, le pedí ayuda a los jóvenes y no nos la han dado. No se han tomado la molestia en decir, ¿sabe qué, señora? Ya leí su carta, vamos a seguir adelante un proceso. La última palabra que me recuerdo que el señor Dani Soto me dijo, ¿sabe qué? Lamentablemente en esos parques no nos podemos meter, nos mandan la grúa, se llevan nuestros carros adentro, nos cobran $300, nos mandan a la ciudad de Santana a darnos tickets de $140, nada más porque es un parque privado. Necesitamos ayuda, somos una comunidad totalmente hispana. De la manera más atenta, Señor, le pedimos su ayuda, le pido yo su ayuda. Si quieren, como me dijo el Señor que tenía que entrar con máscara, me pongo si quieren un traje de buzo, pero atiéndanos, lo necesitamos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
My name is Guadalupe Rico, and Mr. Sarmiento, I am embarrassed to have to come to talk to you like this, but I'm here to ask for your help. And we have the apartment. I had an appointment with Mr. Jonathan Hernandez, and I saw Mr. Danny Soto, his assistant, and he listened to me, you remember, and I gave him a 10-page letter with our situation, and as of today, I have not received an answer. So we have had these problems with the manager, and we have 128 homes there. We pay $1,500 a month, and the situation is very difficult. We get no help. We have asked for help. We have received no help. Over 50 people have died due to the pandemic. And what happens is that they evict them and they resell their homes. We're asking for help. We're not getting any help, and we're not getting any answers from the help that that we have requested, and not even a hey, yes, I read your letter. And last thing that Mr. Danny Soto said is we can't do anything. The city can't do anything when it comes to those parks. And they send the tow truck on our cars. They tow our cars. We have to pay $300. The city tickets us $140 just because it's a private park. And the community is an entirely Hispanic community, and we're here to ask for your help. When I came in, they asked me to wear a mask. That's fine, I can wear a mask. I can wear a scuba gear if you want, but please help us.
Thank you for that. Alma, followed by Cesar Medina, followed by Maribel Martinez. Alma? Cesar Medina, después Maribel Martínez. Y después Ángel Ruiz.
Aquí no. Ok, gracias. Buenas tardes, honorables miembros del Concilio de Santana. Mi nombre es César Medina, pertenezco a la colectiva, a la organización Sullivan en Acción, y estoy aquí por múltiples problemas, pero no los quiero cansar. No traje nada escrito, por lo tanto, por mi boca hablará mi espíritu. El problema de nosotros, ya lo comentó Rosa Pisano, es un señor que se ha convertido en acosador de las vecinas. Conmigo está una de las víctimas, pero espero que ella lo comente, porque qué mejor que ella exprese lo que sintió. Y el otro punto, queremos que usted, alcalde de Sarmiento, ahora que tiene el poder, lo ejerza, porque usted lo puede hacer con voluntad. También queremos, alcalde Sarmiento, que dentro del presupuesto que quedó, destine de 20 o 40 millones para construir viviendas asequibles, que al final de su periodo, por lo menos entre 500 y 1000 familias, terminen de pagar la renta y se conviertan en dueños y puedan decir, esta casa la conseguí por el alcalde Sarmiento, y muchas obras más que necesita Santana, porque en Santana se puede vivir mejor de lo que actualmente se vive. Alcalde Sarmiento, quisiéramos que al final de su periodo en el 2025, cualquier santanero para donde mire pueda decir, eso se hizo en el periodo del alcalde Sarmiento. Creo que me hago entender, no soy difícil, y disculpe que lo hable en español, porque aquí es cuando yo me pongo más intenso y apasionado. Queremos también que Santana, donde se puede vivir mejor, tenga un presupuesto para la limpieza, porque es verdad lo que dijo Rosa, con el cambio de clima se ha ensuciado muchísimo. Y usted tiene la oportunidad, esta es la oportunidad, alcalde Sarmiento. Votamos no por el continuismo, votamos por el cambio. Usted es nuestro amigo, representa el cambio. Queremos que al salir de esta pandemia tengamos 3 cosas: pan, techo y empleo. Y se puede lograr con su voluntad. Queremos que tome cartas en el asunto lo que dijo Rosa Pizano y Lupe Barragán. A pesar de que estamos regulados por el Estado, queremos que usted intervenga en este caso, no nos dé largos el asunto, y que podamos en la próxima reunión venir a felicitarlo. Estamos a las órdenes, porque sencillamente sabemos que si a usted le va bien, a todo Santana nos va bien. Si a usted le va bien, a todo Santana nos va bien. Pero si a usted le va mal, también nos va mal a nosotros. Gracias, señores miembros del concilio, unidos para vencer, solidarios para convencer y organizados para ser exitosos. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening, honorable members of the council. My name is Cesar Medina, and I'm here from the organization called Sullivan in Action. And I'm here, I have many problems, but I'm not here to speak of all the problems. I'm here with no written notes, so I'm going to let my mouth bring what my spirit has to say. So our problem is, just like Ms. Rosa Pizano mentioned, we have a person who has become an abuser, and an abuser of the neighbors. There's a woman that can speak what happened to her, and I can let her speak for herself. There are other things, Sarmiento, that I'd like to speak to you. You are in power now. Use it. Use this power, because if you have the willingness, you can use this power. We are asking you, Mayor Sarmiento, to use part of that remaining budget to maybe $20 or $40 million to build affordable housing, so that at the end of your term, 500 or 1,000 families can become homeowners, and they can say, I'm a homeowner because of Mayor Sarmiento. Santa Ana has many needs, and Santa Ana can have a better life. Santa Ana can be better. We're hoping that at the end of your term in 2025, Santa Anans can look around and say, I have this, or this happened because of Mayor Sarmiento. I'm sorry that I'm speaking, but I speak better when my passion comes out. So I'm asking that Santa Ana can have some more cleaning, budget for cleaning. All this climate change and issues have made the city dirty. We have an opportunity to vote, and we voted. We voted for an opportunity, not for more of the same, but we voted for change, and you represent change. The pandemic, after the pandemic is over, we want 3 things. We want bread, we want roof, and we want employment, and you have the power to do it. I don't know if this is an issue for others, the state or others, but we're asking you to do something. And we want to come back at the next meeting and congratulate you for a job well done. Because if you do well, all of Santa Ana does well. And if you fare not so well, Santa Ana is going to do the same. I wish you success to all.
Great, thank you. Next, Maribel Martinez, followed by Angel Ruiz, followed by Dang Lee,
Buenas noches, señor Sarmiento. Estoy aquí en representación también de mi comunidad. Vengo a pedir ayuda porque yo también fui abusada por este manager sexualmente y no se ha hecho justicia. Estoy aquí a pedirle de favor que me ayude porque él me sigue gritando y sigue abusando de mi comunidad. Nada más son 114 casas o 15, no estoy segura, y él sigue abusando de la gente, gritándoles. Mucha gente se ha movido de ahí. El dueño no hace nada para ayudarnos. El dueño o Kingsley, no sé quién sea el representante de ese parque, no nomás ese parque, sino el otro también donde está Lupe Barragán, han sido abusados también. Necesitamos ayuda, por favor. Necesito de su ayuda, que me escuche. Yo fui abusada por este manager sexualmente. Yo pido, por favor, que se escuche, que me escuche para que lo saquen definitivamente de ese parque. Han habido managers anteriormente que vivíamos felices, éramos felices ahí. Nomás entró este señor abusando, acosándome, siguiéndome alrededor de todo el parque cuando yo salía a caminar. Y no nomás yo, hay más mujeres que han sido abusadas por él, verbalmente. Por favor, le pido que nos ayuden de parte de ustedes.
Señora Martínez, si nos puede esperar ahí atrás, voy a mandar un oficial para que hable con usted, porque usted acaba de declarar un delito criminal. Entonces eso sí lo tenemos que documentar. Si nos puede esperar ahí atrás y le mando a alguien que pueda hablar en español con usted.
Muy amables. Gracias.
Bien.
Good evening. I'm here to represent my community, and I'm here to ask for your help. I, as the gentleman mentioned, I was sexually abused by the manager, and this is not fair. This is it's not just me. He's been yelling at other people. He's been yelling at other people in the community. There are 114, 115 homes, I'm not sure, but he keeps abusing people. Many people have had to move because of that, and the owner doesn't do anything. I don't know who the owner is, some Barragan or something, but other people have been abused as well. I'm here to ask you to listen to me. I was sexually abused by the manager, and other people have been abused as well, physically as well, and some people have had to move, have to leave the park. We've had other managers before, and this manager has not been expelled. Other managers have been there before. We have been very happy, but he's been accosting me when I go for a walk. He's been following me, and other people have been verbally abused as well.
Thank you. Can I have Angel Ruiz, followed by Dang Lee, followed by Regina Contreras.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, thank you. Hello. Just to give some simple history, a year ago, we were here in the same situation with the uprisings against police brutality and police misconduct. It shames me to say that we're in the same position, in the same historical moment today here in Santa Ana. The city council has changed, however, David Peñalosa is still here, and Phil Becerra, who, to remind you, was accused of being a sexual abuser. Is it a shame that he is still here in office? What kind of city are we where we allow sexual abusers to be here sitting in that to make decisions about the youth of Santa Ana? For years, people have been demanding to defund the police. And I see you're smirking because you know it's true. You can't deny it, yeah. Is it a shame that people have spent years advocating for this? Years. I do not want to be the same youth that spends years advocating about this issue. I don't want to spend my time having to advocate year and year again about the budget and how the police should be defunded. It is a shame. As youth, I demand that youth be taken seriously and taken into consideration in this budget. The budget does not reflect the needs of the youth and the community. starting off with youth homelessness, youth mental needs, youth internships, not just summer, but year-round, where even after they graduate from high school, they can have a stable source of income and a stable job. It is important that the City of Santa Ana takes this seriously and takes our voice into consideration when making these decisions. As City Council, if you decide to approve this budget, you are making a clear statement that you do not care about the youth of Santa Ana, you do not care about the community of Santa Ana, and that you will continue to be puppets of the POA, and you will continue to be mishandled by them and controlled by them, and make decisions that impact the youth and harm them. It is important that we as youth are considered in this process and aren't looked at just someone else in the budget process. We deserve the funding. We deserve to be allocated money for. We deserve to be taken seriously in this process, and we deserve to have our voices heard. Not just youth in Santa Ana, but the housing folks here, the trans community here. Everyone deserves to be heard. And throughout this budget process, that budget does not reflect the needs of the community and what they truly deserve and need. It is a basic human right to be heard throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Dang Lee, followed by Regina Contreras, followed by Ariel.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm here to voice my support for the Vietnamese community license. It's something that I do believe that fund will help bridge the community or small growing Vietnamese community with the city, especially in time like this where there's a lot of distrust in the community with the city. So I think that if we have somebody in the community will help with that a lot. Also, being here, I'm able to hear the story from the community, all the community. I just hope the city will be able to come up with a plan, something that's trackable, a process that we're able to look back from here like a year from now, and we're able to say that we did something for them, for the people that need us the most. So, okay, you want to keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you. Regina Contreras and Ariel.
Hello, good evening. I'm here to express my disappointment and my concern regarding the funding for the police department in Santa Ana. I've been living here for 40 years. I do have a business in Anaheim from Orange County. I am part of the transgender community. I want to point out that by you funding $9 million to the police department, you're funding the discrimination, the humiliation, the harassment towards the transgender community, because that's what they do. Most of the time, they do it. Not many times, but most of the time. And you funding them demonstrates that you do care for something. So now it's your time to demonstrate that you care for the whole community, in particular with the transgender community. It's time for you to do something about it. It's time for you to do something for everybody. Transgender community is very important, just like the police department are. That's all I have to say, and I just hope you could keep this in consideration and keep the transgender community, which is not going to go away, but it's going to keep growing, and it's going to be in more need of help. Funding for health, housing, and all the needs that people might have. And the Alianza Tras Latinx is the one that is going to be taking care of that with your help. I'm just hoping that you do fund this for the transgender community, just like you did for the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel. Ariel G, followed by Sita Ali.
We wait for your call, Sarmiento, to be a part of the budget.
Followed by Irma Jauregui. Followed by Karen Marks.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor Sarmiento and Council. It's a joy to see everybody and get to meet Ms. Tai Pham. We've been on the Zoom, and I haven't met the other council members. I have 6 points. I'll try to be as concise as possible. First of all, thanks again for supporting us. We have a massage parlor in Worcester Square. I think it was just a mistake or an issue of zoning, and it was an old office for the fire station, commercial, but because of old zoning codes, it allowed a business to establish itself, and building has to do what it has to do, but because we have old zonings, I think a moratorium needs to be done and restudied to make sure what we want is businesses to flourish and residents to flourish. So in analyzing and making sure that our zonings are appropriate for each area would be a good point. That is item number one. Number two, the fire station on Cypress and Bishop. That area is, we would love to preserve the building, but we toured it last week. I have a background a little bit in construction, and I would suggest to do a serious analysis with a structural engineer to look at the state and condition of the building in order to really see what can be done, because it is our historic building and there's guidelines for that, to see how much can be preserved. And we would love to have a substation in the background, because that would really stabilize that building. That example came to us very vividly by touring the old McFadden Library, that I encourage every one of you to please see the new McFadden Library with the substation and the PAL program. In your funding, please replicate that program. It could be adjusted according to area, but that is one of the most successful programs I've ever seen for years. If you want to rebuild the trust with the community and the police, I can't find anything that could exceed that. I am so impressed that I reached out myself when I heard about it. I asked Officer Holcomb to allow me to see it. Then I and you got an email to reach out to everybody to see it, because this is impressive. Then after you, going back to the fire station, once it's analyzed and know exactly what can be done, if it can be rebuilt, then I would suggest, Mayor Sarmiento, remember we did a study of the Pacific Electric Park, and we had surveyed the community to see exactly what the needs and were for the East Side Madison area. I suggest strongly to do exactly the same thing to the community and find the most appropriate program that would fit there. Either PAL, Parks and Recs, an arts, regardless, I would ask for that. There you go. And also, if you're talking about the coming you're deciding on lowering the standards for police on minor violations, don't. When you it's like weeds. If you control weeds and little problems where they're little, they don't escalate too big. So I enforce all laws, don't change them. So thank you again, thank you for everything, and I love seeing your faces.
Thank you, Edma. Karen Marks, followed by Evangeline Goronsky, followed by Mary Guzman.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am the president of Wilshire Square, and to go on record, I just want to let you know we don't have a massage parlor in the neighborhood. We have one on the outside of our neighborhood, just so that nobody gets the wrong idea there. But we are concerned because it's right at the edges of our neighborhood. In fact, we have two of them. And they're near schools, they're near churches, they're near fire stations, and they're near our neighbors. And we're very, very concerned because not only is it questionable behavior, but it's also growing. There's at least 4 in the South Main corridor area that we know of, and that's right at our doorstep. We're trying to be good neighbors, but it's hard when we don't know what's going on, so we would like to be part of that discussion more so. Also, we would like to explain, or thank you, Mayor, about the traffic on McFadden. We are having major issues with that, as you all know or should know by now. And we wanted to thank you for putting up the signage throughout the area that says, slow down, the flashing lights and all that. Great job, guys. We really appreciate that. We also are very excited about the angle coming off of Flower that kind of allows people to kind of park in that intersection a little bit, because there are neighbors there that really are impacted. And not only on our side, but Henninger as well. We do want to also, I want to tag on to Irma's statement about the PAL facility. If you have not seen that, an awesome opportunity for us to help our communities, especially our kids who are really struggling right now. The particular situation, we had an opportunity to go visit them, and their program is very, what I would call consummate, in that it helps kids and families in that particular area, and they're very focused on baseballs and activities and all sorts of wonderful things for kids. But they also reach out to the parents. In tying that to the fire station in Cypress, that community connection would be really powerful, and we at Wilshire Square want to be a part of both of those, because that's the way we reach to our neighbors. And we are very excited about both of them becoming available to us as a model for future use. The last thing I want to thank you for is participating in our neighborhood events. We had a great time seeing you, Mayor. It was really fun. We look forward to seeing you gentlemen at one of our meetings. Taviet, we'd love to see you as well. We're excited about the new things that are coming up, and we're really grateful that the city has finally opened its doors. So thank you very much for your support, and I look forward to seeing you guys around town.
Thank you, Karen. Evangeline Goronsky, followed by Mary Guzman, followed by Hector Bustos.
Got older this year. It takes me longer to get up here. First of all, good evening, council members. It's nice, as she says, to see all of you again, and good evening to our city staff, too, there. I'm Evangeline Goronsky, and I'm one of the past presidents of Wilshire Square. In fact, there's 4 of us here tonight. They're all past presidents of Wilshire Square. But first of all, let me take you back to, let me tell you a little bit about my ancestry here in Santa Ana and why I care so much about this town and especially my neighborhood. My mother came here in 1921 at the age of 14 with her family, the Wolfords. My father came here at the age of 17 in 1921. He was from the Jerry family, came from Minnesota. So this year, my family has been here in Santa Ana for 100 years, so I'm pretty proud of that. Thank you. I had an uncle who served on the Santa Ana Police Department in the 30s and the 40s, and later became the captain of detectives for the department. His cousin before him served here on the police department in the teens, in other words, 19, 17, 18, something like that. He's the one who encouraged my uncle to come and join the police department. Now, some of you know, I'm sure a lot of you know, that I work as a police volunteer. So it kind of runs in the family all the time. Anyway, when my parents were married in 1932, where did they move to? Let you guess. Wilshire Square. When my mother was, 10 years ago she died, she was almost 104. She had been in Wilshire Square for 80 years. She'd been there. So you can see why I care a lot about this community. My brothers and I were raised here. The 3 of us, we were all raised right in Wilshire Square. Our 3 children have been raised right in Wilshire Square. And our 3 youngest grandchildren are being raised in Santa Ana. You see why I have such roots here and I care about this town. Many years ago now, a halfway house was going to go in at 1415 South Broadway. Does that sound familiar, that address? Okay. It was a halfway house that they were going to fill with criminals just out of prison. They were rapists, they were gangsters, they were robbers, and we were going to have that in our neighborhood. But back then, the Santa Ana Police Department visited our neighborhood door to door and told us about this. That was the only way we would have known about it. Right around the corner from St. Anne's Catholic School and the church there too. The kids would be going by all the time. When they told us about this, they also let us know that they were not in favor of it and were asking for our help somehow to help them get rid of this and so that it wouldn't come in. So they told us of a meeting that the city was having and down at the city hall. Not this city hall, but another one someplace. I don't remember where it was, one of the older buildings. And 500 people showed up. Well, that took care of that problem right there and then. This time, our neighborhood of Wilshire Square was not notified about this massage parlor going in. And we're wondering why we were not notified, okay? What we saw just yesterday was this large red sign that says massage, and that gave us a clue something's going on here. So that's the only way that we found it. It was by pure accident that we found out about it. This is Wilshire Square. This is and always has been a family-oriented neighborhood, and we expect it to stay that way. We want it to stay that way. So please, do not place this massage parlor in our beautiful Wilshire Square. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Mary Guzman, followed by Hector Bustos.
Honorable Mayor Sarmiento, so good to see you tonight. Yes, longtime advocate for South Main Street. I really appreciate you. And I appreciate the city council persons here too. I've been working with Mayor Pro Tem Penaloza recently about this issue and Councilman Becerra as well. So I thank you so much for giving us this time. as something that was alluded to earlier by one of our other speakers was the fact that the history for this particular business has a history of the fact that it was, let me give you the address, it's 1415 South Broadway Street and / 1417 South Broadway. This was once the administration building for the Santa Ana Fire Department. When the Santa Ana Fire Department joined the Orange County Fire Authority, that particular building went up for sale. It was no longer needed. At the time, it was spot zoned for commercial use. This is a residential strip for blocks and blocks and blocks. You see little children playing hopscotch and jump rope just feet away from where 1415 South Main Street is. South Broadway Street is. This is where the massage parlor sign has appeared in the last few weeks. I just came upon it when I was coming back from the skate park with my 10-year-old son. Yes, we've adopted a child. That's why. I have a 10-year-old son, and I was shocked to see that there. It really was. It seems it's not the appropriate use for that location. I thank Mr. Alvaro Nunez, who's been helping us as well to understand the issues and what can be done. We appeal to the police department, where they are currently reviewing the occupancy certificate right now. And we just appeal to you to consider this very carefully, because this is a very nice residential community. Two apartment buildings are right next to it, with young families and children playing on the sidewalk all the time or in their front yard. So we really want to make sure it remains a safe place. It may be a very good business for all I know. I would like to appeal to you to consider working with the Economic Development Division in the city of Santa Ana and seeing if they can find a more appropriate business that can fill that space for the State Farm Insurance Agency that has leased it to the massage parlor. That would be my desire, is to make all parties happy. An appropriate business for that location that still is family friendly. So I thank you very much for listening to me this evening, and I know you're going to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, and congratulations once again.
Oh, thank you.
Hector Bustos.
Hello, my name is Hector Bustos. I'm a resident of Ward 4. It's kind of sad and kind of a shame that we're here again today, a full year after what happened last year. I thought some of you might have learned your lesson last year when folks who were sitting in those same seats as y'all are now voted to fund the police and not invest in our communities. And what happened? They were voted out of office. We did it once. The community got together, voted those individuals out because they weren't meeting our needs. And we'll do it again next year in 2022 and again in 2024. The biggest thing that I want to push is that we need to invest in our youth. One of the things that we heard at the first hearing with the police department is that cops are holding events and services and programs for young people. The police department doesn't need to do that. They don't. It doesn't make sense for a department that is constantly criminalizing our youth to hold such events and services. It doesn't make sense for the same people that are charging at young people at their bike for simply expressing their First Amendment right last year to protest. It doesn't make sense when we have police officers constantly harassing our young people to be holding these kinds of programs and events. Let's fund departments that should be doing that, like the Parks and Recreation Department. It's really sad that departments like Parks and Rec are having to, just figure it out. The scraps that you all get at the bottom, all of you departments, figure it out. We're not gonna touch the police department's budget. Because our pockets are way too deep to care about the community in Santana, because we wanna be re-elected and have the support of the Police Officers Association. And this argument about this $9 million contractual agreement that we're talking about now, okay, but there are millions of other dollars that we can reallocate from the police department's budget to truly meet the needs of our community. The transgender community that spoke before me today made some really valid points. That flag that you all are hanging so proudly outside of this chamber means nothing. It means nothing if there isn't policy that is advancing and supporting the needs of the LGBTQ plus community, specifically the trans community. We need housing opportunities that can that keep our communities who have been here for decades in Santana here. And if tonight we can't make a decision, then let's go back to a first reading, because that's what our community is demanding, that we need to really look at this budget and find the money, because we have the money. The answer is to defund the police department. A lot of y'all don't like the term defund the police department. Okay, don't say defund the police department. Let's say reallocate funds to other departments that truly, really need it, like Parks and Recreation. We've been here for years advocating for the same thing over and over and over again. When are you going to listen?
Thank you. That ends the comments here for those that are here in person. Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public that wish to address the council on the phone?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There are speakers to provide their comments. To request to speak, dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom, with the exception for all items on the agenda or non-agenda items, with the exception of public hearings. Before muting callers, I'd like to begin by reporting the following summary of emails provided as of today. We received 10 Santa Ana residents and 8 non-Santa Ana residents in support of the climate change resolution. One Santa Ana resident commented on ideas that the city can do to help climate change, even if a resolution is not passed. One Santa Ana business provided a comment on the need for unemployment reform due to pandemic resulting in difficulty hiring employees. One Californians for Safe and Rapid Recovery, various Chamber of Commerce's, Business Association, and Taxpayer Associations requesting council to rescind premium pay ordinance. On item number 6, we had 14 Santa Ana residents requesting to defund the police and invest in the community with increased social services. 3 non-Santa Ana residents and 1 Santa Ana not disclosed in support. Request to make Willow Wick Park with affordable housing, 33 Santa Ana residents in support, 18 non-Santa Ana residents. For item 12, 1 Santa Ana resident commented that the city should look into purchasing electric or hybrid vehicles, and also for item number 15, 1 Santa Ana resident commented that the city should look into purchasing electric or hybrid vehicles. And with that, caller with the last 3 numbers, 260, if you would please select *6 to unmute your call.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Valerie Huan. I'm a resident of Worldwide. Calling to address my concern and provide comments on agenda number 6 regarding one of the city's budget proposal of establishing a position for Vietnamese American community liaison. There are 3 points I'd like to share with the council members and the residents of the city of Santa Ana. First, the Vietnamese American community has first settled in the city of Santa Ana way before other surrounding cities like Garden Grove, Sound Valley, Westminster, and Anaheim. There's quite a substantial population of Vietnamese American in this city, and yet this community is forgotten and underserved. There are no outreaches or civic engagement to this community. It is in dire need of assistance in many aspects, including but not limited to education, health, public safety, public funding, housing benefits, just to name a few. The second point I'd like to make is it is a long overdue for the city to have bilingual liaison for reaching out to the Vietnamese American community and providing many great resources that the city has to offer. Case in point, my family and I are residents in Santa Ana, but it's quite difficult and challenging for my parents as well as elderly Vietnamese people in general to seek inquiries or assistance from the city due to language barrier. As a result, they could not obtain necessary assistance or receive resources that they are entitled to as the residents of the Santa Ana. And this is a very common issue, and it's just one of the many areas that the Vietnamese American community needs help with. And I'd like to thank you to the City of Santa Ana and its council members for taking the initiative to start the first step of reaching out and providing help to the Vietnamese community. And lastly, there's an online post on the City of Santa Ana platform that stated quite negative comments and appeared to use race baiting tactics to divide, create distrust and tension among the residents of Santa Ana, especially during this period when anti-Asian hate is rising rapidly. So the post discredits the city's goodwill to help the underserved Santa Ana community. So as such, I'd like to caution the council members, the residents of Santa Ana, and call into question of the post's true motive and intention. Thank you again for having me speaking on the meeting today, and I hereby concluded my comments on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last three numbers 436, if you would please dial *6 to unmute your call or select the microphone icon.
Hello?
Hi, thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Bao Pham. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I'm calling in support of the initiative to allocate funds for a Vietnamese community liaison at the city. As you know, Santa Ana is extremely vibrant, and to me, part of its vibrancy is the many different cultures and communities that call Santa Ana home. And for the city to have a Vietnamese liaison is a sign of great generosity on the city's part and a good faith towards its residents. As you know, one of the biggest barriers to civic engagement is language and the access to relevant information. You know, oftentimes we see that issues as ordinary as getting information for a business license, resolving complaints, or just turning on your water becomes a laborious task because of the lack of familiarity with the language or with the processes that are involved in engaging with local government. And I think these limitations, they're not unique to the Vietnamese community. I think they are quite common in certain populations of any immigrant communities. And so for the Vietnamese residents in Santa Ana to have a resource to reach out to, I think is a great step towards including every voice at the table. And I hope that you would consider having an allocation in your budget for a Vietnamese community liaison. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last three numbers 416, if you would please dial *6 from your phone or select the microphone icon to unmute your device and proceed with your comment. Please state your name for the record and the ward within the city of Santa Ana that you record for the record.
Hi, my name is Paul Verduvanchi, and I'm currently a resident of Mononer in Ward 1 of Santa Ana. I wanted to call in regards to item 6 and the second reading of the budget and give my strong support for passing the budget with a full-time Vietnamese community liaison. Obviously, this is a pretty shockingly overdue and important position. It's very important that we have someone like this to adequately engage with, I think it's about 25 to 30,000 residents of the city, which is nearly a tenth of the city, who as of yet have not had appropriate representation, appropriate representation or services provided for those who are not native speakers of English or have challenges with English. I think that's, walls off an enormous part of the city. I think it's something that's disappointing when we compare ourselves to some of our nearby cities, which they do have those services for minority groups such as the Vietnamese population. So I think it's something that's definitely overdue. And I think we're kind of used to, unfortunately, in this country, a lot of underfunded government services and half-hearted attempts to address issues and provide welfare benefits and social services. So it would be nice, for once, if we have something that's not a half measure and that we fully commit to something that's so overdue and needs a very dedicated individual and team to help provide these services. Maybe, that'll help us catch up with some of the neighboring cities in that regard. And I think would like to urge council to ignore a lot of the racist commentary that's kind of cropped up about this issue. Some pretty well-known websites that have been running some hate-mongering posts and questioning the need for something like this. And I was very disappointed to see that, but it's definitely something that should not be coloring the perspective of any of the council members, in my opinion. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Roxelle, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
My name's Roxelle Soto, and I'm a resident of Ward 3, and I wanted to speak to agenda item number 6. And I really just wanted to ask for equitable pandemic recovery and for Santa Ana to come back stronger. But listening to the comments of this meeting, I'm really seeing like two different police departments. I was hearing from one person saying that the police went knocking door to door, telling residents of Wilshire Square regarding a halfway house potentially being built there. And I'm just wondering, who do the police serve? Because that doesn't happen everywhere. And it's just very complicated to see that. And I am also wanting to say that I am in favor of funding a Vietnamese community liaison to help dispel that distrust and to help them get services. It's 10% of the population in Santa Ana. Furthermore, the Vietnamese community also have children, and we heard a lot about the PALS program, the Police Athletic and Activity League, where they're helping the students or the youth in Santa Ana. But I feel like that's just a lot of propaganda to build bonds with the youth, and they are even offering tutoring. I don't think that the police need to be offering tutoring or to be performing athletic activities and baseball with them. Rather, those would be better served by the Parks and Recreation and divesting that money and putting it into Parks and Recreation and library services. And stopping the criminalization of youth will help the youth not, bond better with the police. Furthermore, we heard that the cannabis tax revenues aren't being accounted for. That's a simple fix. Like, that should have been done since the beginning, and it's a simple fix. The fact that the police are going to yet again increase to $9 million this year is outrageous, because in the past 6 years, they've already increased by 23%. I also just feel that the city's policing policy of over-policing isn't working. We need to find strategies that work. I'm not anti-police, I'm more pro-people of the residents of Santa Ana. We need to invest in our youth, but with real programs funded by the Parks and Recreation, library services, not by the police. We need to redirect the suppression spending money on youth into the youth and to helping them. And we also need to invest in our transgender community that was hit very hard by COVID, and they're often left out of these conversations. And I just wanted to reach out to the members of City Council and to our mayor to do what's right for the city of Santa Ana, even if it doesn't
15 seconds left.
Correct. None of these programs benefit me directly, but to see my city thriving and see the community thriving is something right. It's the will of the community, and I believe you guys can do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last three numbers, 751. If you would please dial *6 to unmute your call or select the microphone icon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Indigo Vu, and I speak before you today as a Vietnamese longtime resident of Ward 1 in Santa Ana, speaking from an abolitionist framework specifically. I have 4 items to address in the budget, which is item 6 on the agenda today. First, I am in support of at least $100,000 in funding for the arts. Second, I am in support of allocation of $150,000 for a full-time Vietnamese community liaison. Third, I want to call on you to decrease the budget for the police and invest instead in programs proven to increase community safety through prevention. And finally, I'm in support of funding universal representation as a line budget item at $300,000. I first want to thank you and city staffers for making sure that the arts in Santa Ana receive funding through the $100,000 line item, and hope that this amount, if it shifts, will only increase to meet the immeasurable value that arts and culture bring to our city. I also want to continue to uplift the call to allocate $150,000 to hire a full-time Vietnamese community liaison, which is a role that the city needs in order to fulfill its duties to its residents. I want to repeat to you all that there are over 25,000 Vietnamese residents in Santa Ana, 11,000 of whom live on just the West End. Many have been here or have had their families resettled here for decades. My own grandfather settled here in Santa Ana in 1971, even before the end of the war in Vietnam. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the beginning of my family's exodus from Vietnam, which led them to build and rebuild their lives and homes here. Although it is a shame that it has taken so long for Vietnamese residents and communities to be thoughtfully considered and acknowledged in Santa Ana, it is important that we do not delay any further. We needed this Vietnamese community liaison 50 years ago, and we need one today. I hope you will all personally ensure that this funding goes through on the budget. I also want to continue calling you to fund our communities. Some of you, I know, refuse or hesitate to listen to calls to defund the police, let alone to heed calls to abolish the police. But I want to remind you of renowned abolitionist Ruth Wilson Gilmore's words, that abolition is about presence, not absence. It's about building life-affirming institutions. Allocating funds well, funding our communities, and ensuring community safety are all mutually inclusive goals. When we take care of the people in our communities by making sure they have access to adequate resources and art and representation, whether legal or political, our communities thrive and do not need to resort to crime. This includes and should center the call to action to fund resources in tangible and material support for trans folks. And I want to uplift in particular the calls made earlier by various speakers representing Alianza Trans Latinx, especially as a trans and non-binary person myself. I know the influence the police here in Santa Ana have, and I urge you to be the city council that begins to truly invest in your city and your residents. Finally, I am thrilled that each one of you voted in favor of the Deportation Defense Fund line item at $300,000 and want to emphasize the significance of such a fund for our city and our country. I urge you to ensure that this line item proceeds into the final budget as you move forward to approve the final budget for the following fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 3 numbers, 614, please dial *6 from your phone or select the microphone icon on your device. Caller with the last 3 numbers, 614, please select *6 from your phone to speak or select the microphone icon to unmute your device. Caller with the last 3 numbers, 872, please dial *6 from your phone to speak or select the microphone icon. Thank you. You may proceed with your comment.
Hello, my name is Isaac Manso. I'm calling in regards to item number 7. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and my fellow Santaneros. According to the city website, there's 45 active parks in Santa Ana. However, only 6 parks have handball courts: Memorial, El Salvador, Jerome, Santa Anita, Chavez, and Dohai. It would have been 7, but the oldest courts in Santa Ana, which were over 50 years old, were knocked down last year. These courts are the Chepa or Logan handball courts. According to the Trust for Public Land, the Irvine Park System was ranked 7th in the nation, and it's not hard to see why. The Irvine Park System provides its residents with a diverse selection of sport amenities. As a matter of fact, there are more parks with handball courts in Irvine than in Santa Ana. I think this is discouraging news because a large group of Santa Ana residents have a cultural tie with handball, which is evident in the history of the Logan neighborhood. The residents of Logan built their own handball courts over 50 years ago with the direction of a brick and cement laying family. Yet the city took it upon themselves to knock down these courts without doing their due diligence, no council meetings, were held to vote on the courts, and the community wasn't surveyed. And now another thread connecting the city and its residents is about to be severed. I'm against knocking down the courts at Santa Anita. I'm for rebuilding the courts at Chiapas Park, and I would like to invite Councilmember Peñalosa to play with me at the Santa Anita Handball Tournament as my doubles partner. I would invite Councilmember Hernandez, but it wouldn't be fair for everyone else. So let me know, Councilmember Peñalosa, you have my email, and Boomer could go ahead and sign us up. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom ID Ward 5 Santa Ana, please select the microphone icon on your device to unmute your call. Zoom ID Ward 5 Santa Ana, thank you.
Okay, yeah. My name is Eric Cimental. I'm over here in Ward 5. I'm a worker over here at the local auto repair shop, Julio's Auto Service. Yeah, I've been in this community like all my life, about like 30 years now. And
Can you reduce the background noise that you have so we can hear you?
As far as the city budget goes, I'd say I'm advocating for to defund the police or break from the archaic historical prioritization of policing and adding unnecessary laws to incriminate more people to justify the sickening cycle. I believe we should be the city to lead the nation, and then once again, California could be number one and progressive and doing what's civilly right. Another thing, we could reallocate those budgets or those high allocation of the budget from military policing to the more social services and taking care of the humans on the street that are in need of services. I see them, and yeah, it's apparent they need assistance or some sort of help, because yeah, housing, they don't look like in good condition when I see them when I walk by them. And also, I think this is good stuff right here, the Zoom meetings and incorporating technology. It's 2021, so I think maybe we should incorporate more technology things, helping the residents of the city make decisions and not just leaving it all up into a select few type of dictatorship kind of thing. Because then, if that select few is, all part of a association, it's not really for the people, but really the select few of association. So, if we could incorporate more technology, that'd be great to benefit the residents of the city. And maybe have assist residents thrive and not oppress them. And about time in Spanish, quiero decir que mi nombre es Eric Cimental. Quiero que paran de dar tanto dinero, fondos, a la porción de los fondos de la ciudad de nosotros, a ayudar a la gente y no incriminarlos y no hacer más leyes para incriminarnos más y justificar este sucio, mal sistema, ciclo. Con esos fondos que cambian en vez de la policía y más leyes que pueden ayudar a la gente en las calles que sí aparecen, que necesitan ayuda, agua, servicios, pues cosas de humanos que ellos en veces los miro y ellos ni saben que necesitan ayuda, como servicios médicos o de eso de agua o mentales.
15 seconds left.
Y también es 2021 y deben de poner más tecnología para que toda la comunidad pueda hacer decisiones y no nomás un grupo de electados porque luego si todos esos grupos de electados son de la misma asociación, entonces no están haciendo decisiones para toda la comunidad, lo más para la asociación. Entonces, esto está bueno, estos Zoom meetings y usando teléfonos para que puedan ser publicados.
Thank you, your time is up.
Entonces, sí lo pueden hacer más para que la comunidad pueda hacer más decisiones y no nomás unos pocos como una dictatorship.
Okay,
Gracias.
thank you. Caller with the last three numbers, 614, if you would please select the microphone icon on your device or dial *6 from your phone. Caller with the last three numbers, 614, if you would please dial *6 or select the microphone icon on your device. Persona en el teléfono con los 3 últimos números, 614, por favor marque estrella 6 para reactivar su llamada. Okay, Mayor, that's all the calls we have.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to ask if there's any items on the consent calendar they'd wish to pull off or abstain from, and I believe we already have Councilmember Pham that you'll be recusing yourself from item 27.
Yes, Mayor. I will be recusing myself from item 27 as the Mesa Water District is a client of my employer, Rattan and Tucker. But because this is on the consent calendar, I do not have to leave the room. And in addition, I would like to pull item number 25. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items on the consent calendar?
Mayor Sarmiento, this is Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa. I'm not sure if Councilmember Pham pulled item, was that 21?
25.
Okay. I would like to pull 21 and number 31, please.
Got it.
Councilmember Lopez raised her hand virtually.
Go ahead, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I want to pull 6, and I want to register a note on agenda on the item 7.
Great, thank you for that. Any other items?
Mayor, just clarification. So item 7 is just a receive and file. It's not really a yes or no, correct?
Staff, I don't see that there's a vote supposed to be considered by the council.
That item is just a receive and file, sir.
Great. So Councilmember Lopez, on item number 7, I believe it's just an update. There's no action being taken one way or the other, so we'll go ahead and register your concern on that. Did you want to speak to that item or just simply just?
Yeah, no, I understand it's a receive and file, but I also understand from speaking to our city attorney that I can register and have the minutes reflect me saying that I'm a no on that.
For clarification, the advice was to state opposition to it because a vote wouldn't be taken on a receive and file, but that she could state how she felt about the item.
Okay. Got it. And just for clarity on that, on item number 7, no position from the council is being technically taken today, one way or the other. Correct? It's
correct. Yeah, no action's being taken, but any council member can register their thoughts about an item on the agenda, but there will be no actual vote taken on a receive and file, unless it's part of the consent calendar as a whole.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, with those items being pulled and the abstentions being registered and noted, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion for the balance.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza? I think we lost her. Councilmember Pham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes. Great. Moving along to the first item that was pulled, item number 6 by Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just wanted clarity from staff, and reading the exhibit, it wasn't too clear on for me when I was reading it. One of the things that we discussed during the June 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, meeting was to make sure that the Met line item in the PD budget stayed the same as it was in the previous year, and I would like some clarification if that is the case.
Certainly, council member, and I can answer that question. And if you prefer, Mayor and council members, we do have a brief recap that kind of summarizes all the changes that were recorded from the meeting on the 1st and the 3rd, if you'd like that, or I can just proceed with answering the question.
Councilmember Lopez, why don't we have the staff go ahead and do the presentation, and then you can begin with your comments. I'm sure there'll be comments from the other council members as well.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't aware that there was a presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so let us get the presentation loaded. It is very, very brief. Okay, here we go. So, good evening, Mayor and Council members and members of the public. Tonight is the final step in approving the citywide budget. So what's before you is the second reading, and it does not include any programming of Revive Santa Ana dollars. I know many of the speakers were seeking funding for various programs, but tonight the decision before you is for the citywide budget. The Revive dollars will come back before you in the near future for appropriation, and then following that, you'll have a lot of opportunity to put in place the programs and the services. So this is just a really brief recap. So highlighted budget enhancements. The budget that's before you, these are just some of them that I chose to spotlight. It reduces the well, first let me back up and say we are very fortunate as a city that despite the challenging economic environment created from the pandemic, you do have enhancements in this budget as you have requested and as we received from community requests. There is a reduction in the ongoing hiring freeze that the city hasn't had in place for over a year. This includes additional staff that will help service. This additional staff includes a full-time Vietnamese outreach coordinator, as well as a third executive assistant. There is continued investment in technology within this budget. There's additional resources for code enforcement. There's funding for sidewalks and medians. There's increasing in funding for the Legal Defense Fund, and there's an allocation to sponsor more arts and cultural events. And there's a full restoration of our recreation programs with increased staffing. In addition to that, there's almost a $60 million capital improvement program for the city. Some of the follow-up actions that came about from the discussion that occurred on June 1st and June 3rd, several of you raised areas that are going to require some follow-up. There wasn't any vote or majority direction received in these areas, so this is just a summary of what staff interpreted the direction to be. So first, there was a request made to take the necessary steps to modify the cannabis set-aside to possibly reduce the enforcement allocation and allot it over to funding for youth programs. So the city attorney and myself will research what is the needed action in order to change that allocation, which as you know was 1/3 and 1/3, and we will return that to you. While there's no impact to the overall budget, in the future, if you do implement that, there will probably be an appropriation transfer, removing it from enforcement activities over to youth services. Secondly, several of you discussed the possibility of capping the proposed Metro Division budget within the police department to the current year's funding level, and then utilizing the proposed increase for more community-oriented and youth crime prevention type of activities. We've taken a look at that. We believe it is something that we could do. There are charges in there that can be allocated out, but more importantly, there's 3 positions that we identified that we can possibly reprogram and use those personnel resources for more community outreach engagements, expanded programs such as PALS, crime prevention, and other types of community activities. And then lastly, there was a lot of dialogue on enforcement of minor traffic violations. I know there was one request, I believe it was from you, Councilmember Fan, on do we have data relative to how many minor traffic stops are made and what percentage results in more of a serious crime being discovered. Unfortunately, we don't have that data available. So for this item, we certainly can have the police department go back, analyze traffic stops, gather more data, and then return in the future to the City Council with additional recommendations in that area. And then the next slide is really, it's just a simple depiction of the entire citywide budget. Citywide budget is $717.1 million, and this screen just shows you the overall budget, and it is allocated by the different types of fund types. So the one that we spend the most time on talking about, of course, is roughly half the citywide budget, and that is the general fund, where more of your discretional dollars are located. That's the brief recap. Myself and also the executive staff members are all here if you have any further questions.
Great, thank you for that summary. Thank you for it being brief as well. Let me go ahead and turn it back over to Councilmember Lopez and to follow up with her question. Go ahead, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento, and thank you, City Manager, for that brief update. I do appreciate the clarity. One of the follow-up question that I do have is that $1 million difference that we're gonna essentially, have or keep. Is that for, did I hear correctly that that's for programs within PAL, or are we looking to invest in other programs, youth-related programs?
So we would be looking for direction from this council because, as I mentioned at the meeting, there was not majority direction to automatically reprogram those amounts.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mayor, that concludes my question.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Any other members of the council wish to comment or ask any questions? Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam City Manager, for the update. I had some questions specific to arts and cultural events. Could you tell me what cultural events were updated based off of our last council meeting? I want to know what is reflected here.
So based on the discussions that occurred on June 1st and June 3rd, you directed us to allocate an additional $100,000 to sponsor local arts and cultural events. I don't have a detail for you as to what that's going to consist of, but the money that has been set aside at your direction was $100,000. So it would be available if you approve the budget July 1st.
Okay, and would that include our calendared events, or is that something that is separate?
Completely separate.
Okay, and I think these items are quite significant, but I didn't see them on this presentation. And I know that these are items that are going to be important to community members. I didn't see intervention, prevention, reentry, or any of the aforementioned in-depth discussions that we had last week, particularly on my behalf regarding getting in front of crime prevention in the form of having more reentry and intervention and prevention services. I didn't see any of that there.
So Councilmember Hernandez, those entire programs and services are a part of the Revive Santa Ana. So you did see it when we discussed about the priority focus areas for spending the Revive dollars that we'll have available to us to spend through 2024. And it was during those discussions that you made a request for those programs. So in July, we will come back to appropriate the Revive Santa Ana, and there certainly is, I believe there was over $1 million for those types of programs that we had earmarked, but subject to your approval.
Okay, so this here is a presentation that should reflect that 0.7 million for crime prevention, and then the school partnerships for 0.3. I would echo exactly what I mentioned last council meeting. That number is, I mean, it's almost disrespectful to look at a city as large as us, roughly 400,000 people and counting, and a police budget that is larger than any other budget that we have, but crime prevention is 0.7 million. I am not happy about how small that number is. So I want to see that reflected in our presentations, because it should be a priority. We shouldn't wait for crime to happen for us to respond to this community. So that's one of my comments. In addition to that, Madam City Manager, could we go back to that slide? If I could take a look at that slide once more, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Would you like to see the budget enhancement slide or the pie chart?
The budget enhancement slide.
Okay.
Another thing that stood out to me, I didn't see early childhood education or early childhood literacy there, all of which I think is important for us to highlight as budget enhancements. Can you verify that that's something that is going to be reflected in the budget? I was very vocal about that at our last meeting.
You were very vocal about it with the Revive spending plan. So the early childhood allocation, the crime prevention, the crime intervention, those programs are all part of the Revive Santa Ana. So as requested by the council, we've separated the two. So what's before you tonight is the citywide annual budget. And what will come back before you probably next month at one of the meetings will be the detailed Revive Santa Ana plan for the first tranche. So all of those programs that you requested, staff took note of, and they've put them into that spending plan.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions at the moment.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Any other members of the council wish to comment?
This is on item 6?
We're still on item 6.
Okay. I will in a sec.
Let me go to Councilmember Fan, Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll come back to you. Councilmember Fan.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I was very emotional listening to some of the comments today, and I get emotional in general. But, I take this position with great, I'm very honored to be up here because it's a result of a movement by the Vietnamese American community, activist groups, and grassroots organizations who said that we are tired. Asian Americans in the city of Santa Ana are tired of being invisible. We are no longer going to be silent and left out and ignored in city government, in civic matters, in the city culture, or city-wide. And that culminated in a historic election that I am so grateful to be here and to represent this community and represent Ward 1. There are tens of thousands of Asian Americans in the city of Santa Ana, citywide, not only in Ward 1, and many of them are Vietnamese American. As you heard from some of the commenters today, Little Saigon, the largest community of Vietnamese people outside of the country of Vietnam, was home here in Santa Ana. But we know that the city has a long history of discrimination against Asian Americans and Vietnamese Americans. This goes back to the burning of Chinatown, a city-sanctioned action of violence against the Asian community. This goes to the destruction of the Little Saigon sign in Ward 1 that was never rebuilt because some members of the community refused to acknowledge that we are part of Little Saigon. And what you also heard today was some commenters mentioning some public Facebook comments and social media comments that was race baiting and that was discriminatory against the Vietnamese American community. So I'd like to share some of those comments with you here today to let you know that the need for a Vietnamese community liaison is not something that it will only benefit Ward 1 or the Vietnamese community, but it will benefit all residents. One of the comments was, are there even Asians in Santa Ana? The fact that you are asking this question just reminds us of how invisible we are treated and how invisible we feel in the city, in the state, and in this country. One commenter said, oh, the Vietnamese community liaison will be one of their friends or family. It's the commie cult way. Again, red baiting, racist commentary, talking about how somehow we are not able to follow ethics and rules in searching for representation and support in this city. So I want to share one of the comments that was supportive of a Vietnamese community liaison, in addition to the public comments you heard today. One of the respondents said, as an Asian person, I feel alienated and not included at times. It's not always that people choose not to participate in the programs that the city provides. It's that we don't always know that these programs are even available because of the lack of outreach to other communities. This is what the Vietnamese community liaison will do. This position isn't just about providing translation services. It isn't just about supporting other departments or bringing business development to the city. It's about seeing people. It's about recognizing our value and that we are a part of this community too. So I urge all of my colleagues in supporting the allocation of $150,000 so that staff can go out and classify this position. The position will probably come back for less than $150,000. And staff will use their professional experience and decide what kind of responsibilities will this person have? What kind of individual are we looking for, and what kind of experience do we need so that all residents in Santa Ana can be served? And after that, council will have the opportunity to say, yes, this is what we want, go forth and talk to the community and recruit someone who will be able to do the job. So once again, I support the Vietnamese community liaison position. I'm very glad that it's in the draft budget, and I look forward to it being approved. Another comment I'd like to make is regarding police stops and data. I know City Manager Ridge brought up the follow-up actions regarding analyzing traffic stops. We heard some comments here today that said, well, you know, low-level crimes and traffic stops are like weeds. We have to stop it before it grows. And while I understand that sentiment, you know, we have the broken window theory, we talk about having to prevent crime by deterrence. I am a victim of crime. My family was burglarized when I was in the 4th grade, and we were tied up and we were held hostage for hours. So I know what it's like to be a victim of crime. But I also know what it's like for my husband to be afraid to be stopped by a cop because he is a dark-skinned man. And when we look at data, not just anecdotes, we talk about, sure, you can stop someone and you'll find, you know, kilograms of cocaine or guns. And every single time someone brings up that anecdote, I can bring up an anecdote of a brown man or a black black woman or a person of color being shot or killed. So I don't care about anecdotes. What I care about is data. And one example that just came out in 2020 is that San Diego State University professors did an analysis for traffic stops in San Diego from 2014 to 2015. And out of 260,000 San Diego traffic stops, only 1.3% led to arrests. That means only 1.3% involved any type of criminal violation. That means only 1.3% has anything to do with the kind of crime that we're trying to deter. But we put hundreds of thousands of other lives at risk for a traffic stop. And for most of those traffic stops, it's something that's a fix-it ticket. So we're paying these trained officers to put themselves in some of the most dangerous instances that they can provide services to our residents, stopping somebody for an expired tag, spending 20 minutes. How much does that cost? I would rather that officer use their experience and training to follow up on crimes, to follow up on the hundreds of sexual assault cases that are still open today because we don't have the personnel to research it or to investigate it. So that's what we're asking for. We're not saying ignore crime. We're saying let's put our limited resources to better use and to better serve our communities. Because as a victim who has survived a home invasion, I would much rather have that officer search for the people who tied us up than to stop someone for a fix-it ticket. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Vince. Okay.
Any other questions from council members? I know we have Councilmember Hernandez who also has his hand up. I'm not sure if we lost Councilmember Mendoza for the night or is she back with us?
No, she's back.
She's
She's
back.
returned.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure we all had an opportunity to speak and to be heard. So let me go ahead and just take a few moments before I send it back to the other council members if they have any comments. So thank you for the presentation, City Manager, and thank you for explaining that tonight we're just looking at the budget and not the Revive stimulus monies that we've received. And, so we're talking about the line items and the budget matters that we're going to be addressing tonight. So on the issues that you brought back, and if we can bring back maybe the slide that you have on what was discussed at the June 3rd meeting, if you can put that up.
Certainly, the follow-up actions. Is that the slide you want or the enhancements?
Let me see. I'm not sure which one, but if there's only 4 slides, so let's go through whichever one it is that I'm getting to. More than anything, I just wanted to make sure that
Go back one
that
more.
one, that one's fine. The
That's
follow-up
it?
actions, yeah. Let's start with that. So on the first item, I know that there was discussion, and I think I need to get some clarity from the city attorney if this comes back to us, because my discussion at the last meeting was to sort of divert some funding from the enforcement to the youth investment, because as we know, the cannabis dollars are I don't want to say bifurcated, they're actually split into three sources: general fund, enforcement, and youth investment. So to the extent that monies could be sent, not the entire amount, but sufficient monies could be sent from enforcement to youth investment on that. Would that, when it comes back to us and if we had to take some position or adopt an amendment to the ordinance, is that a supermajority that's needed for that appropriation, or is it a simple majority?
So I think that would depend. We have had in the past, we have said ahead of time that we'll make that change, but any change after the adoption of the budget requires that supermajority. What's more is the ordinance that is on the books right now does require a supermajority to amend the ordinance. I do want to take a look at that because I think the intent of that ordinance was to keep the money in youth and enforcement, and in the scenario that you are proposing, it's not like you're taking the money out to use for something, for an entirely different purpose. So I want to research that. That's one of the reasons that the city manager is recommending we take a look at it.
Great, because I don't want to send it to, and with all due respect to our Public Works director, I don't want to send it to Public Works, I don't want to send it to anything outside those three areas. I just simply want to rebalance those or reshift.
And I want to look at that ordinance to determine whether we might be able to do that without amending it. I need to take a close look based on the intent.
So I am very supportive of that, and I almost think that to the extent I can adopt this budget, it is because that change will be made. I think the dollars going towards enforcement were done at a time when the forecast of those monies were much, much lower, and when we had a really serious problem with unpermitted and illegal operators that we've since cured. It's not completely zero, and that's why I wouldn't zero out the amount of funds that would be going to enforcement, but it would be significantly less as a result of the success we've had in shutting down a lot of the unpermitted operators. So that is, to me, a linchpin issue on adopting and supporting this budget. The second is that the diversion of the increased proposal or proposed budget for the Met team, the 1.1 million, I am very supportive of it going to youth investment. I think when we think about public safety, we can't just think about public safety as enforcement. We have to think about it as crime prevention. The investment in youth is a way of addressing public safety to the extent that we can create opportunities for our youth to not commit crimes is a way of law enforcement. It's probably one of the most effective ways. So that is something that we need to consider doing, just like we're doing with rethinking of the rethinking of the way we do public safety by diverting 911 calls away from the police and to civilian professionals that will be addressing issues having to deal with the mentally ill, those that are houseless, other welfare check issues. Those, I think, for many residents who've been concerned with slow response times, long response times, to the extent we can bring PD back to doing core police functions where there are dangerous conditions, whether they're weapons, whether there's somebody being assaulted, whether there's somebody being raped, whatever the case is that's serious, that's what we need our PD doing. And I think to Councilmember Phan's point, I think the minor stops, nobody's saying to ignore crime, but there are better ways than pulling somebody over and simply taking a photograph of somebody's expired registration tag and sending them, a fix-it ticket, by mail. That saves the officer's time. I think what it does is it, corrects the problem. That's, my opinion. Again, I think that time is so precious and so valuable that there could be competing calls that could be made, and if somebody, one of our officers is busy, addressing that and writing out a citation, that takes time away from responding to serious crime. So those are things that I think, and for those who say, we don't want to enforce crime or don't want to, enforce or support law enforcement, I think that we realize that crimes, the vast majority of crimes occur to people of color in our community and people who live in impoverished conditions in some of our poorest neighborhoods. So we certainly don't want to do that, But what we do want to do is we want to make sure that as policing occurs, and I think, the trans community who spoke tonight and the contact and the encounters that they have, these monies could be well spent for training, sensitivity training, dealing with people who are disabled, people from the trans community, how better to serve those communities that are different. Maybe there's people who are, who are hearing impaired or can't speak, and sometimes those disabilities prevent, somebody, one of our officers, from being able to deal with those issues. So I think these funds could be used in a way that could serve our community better. And I think that we spoke about those at length, about having more trust instilled in the community by having town halls, by having, again, de-escalation training, sensitivity training, things that will improve the trust that we have, with our folks in the community so they can engage better. So I think that all those things are clear. I hope that, I don't want to revisit those all over again, but those that you noted, I just want to make sure that they're part of this budget before we adopt any of these other items. So let me go ahead and go back to anybody who may have additional questions. I think we just see Councilmember Hernandez's hand up. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and thank you for shedding light on this particular conversation, because it's such an important conversation to have. Oftentimes when we look at public safety, we historically have had a top-down approach in which federal and state officials develop and they fund and they implement policy based on the priority of keeping communities safe. But unfortunately, oftentimes the people making those decisions don't experience these injustices firsthand. So I want us to be able to acknowledge the multitude of structural challenges that disproportionately, people of color are affected by not being involved in these policy conversations. There's a number of organizations that are already working on the ground to identify solutions, and many organizations that have been successful in having a community-led approach to keeping our community safe. So I think it would be most responsible for us to move those cannabis funds from enforcement to youth development. We are clearly giving youth the most readily accessible option available. When you fail to invest in young people's life, you are telling them to quit. It does not sit well with me having an 11-year-old daughter and being elected on a board where we are not investing in children's lives. I oppose that, and I ask my colleagues to really look deeply into this, and we need to invest our dollars in young people. Right now, this city provides more pathways for children to go to prison than we do to go to college. Fundamentally, something here is broken. A start is for us to shift those funds from cannabis enforcement to youth development. Moreover, I think it would be a start for us to be able to actually have policy that centers our residents and identifying promising examples of community investment models. I think a start for us to do that is to move that 1.1 million from the Met team to youth development and LGBTQIA services, which currently there are none. And there's a clear lack of youth investment. I think this is a start. It certainly isn't enough, but from what I've gathered thus far, I think that this is something that I think would be important for us to support.
Thank you, Councilmember. Seeing no other, go ahead. Oh, Councilmember Lopez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I am supportive of these changes, but I also want to be clear that, if my vote is going to be yes tonight to approve this budget, then it is based on the eligibility to make the change from enforcement money to youth investment. And so what I'm hearing is that this council will have the opportunity to discuss how these funds will be spent on a different time and date. But if that is not the case, feel free to correct me.
No, council member, you're correct. The city attorney and I would have to return to you with the appropriate action to change the allocation, reducing enforcement and increasing youth services. And then certainly there would be the opportunity to direct staff as to what specific types of youth programs you would like them going for.
Okay, thank you, city manager. And on the Met, I do want to see that be moved away from the budget, from the PD budget, and invested in youth services and concrete resources to our LGBTQIA community. And so on that specific allocation, would that come back to the council?
If you allow us to, that would be my recommendation. So right now, we would want to take the information, because we're learning some new things. You've actually brought up some additional stuff, such as, training for the disenfranchised segments of our community that police officers maybe need to know how to assist better. So I would like to have some time. If you could do it either way. You could make a budget change at this point in time, or you could wait, approve it, and then we would return with you and would reprogram the 1.1.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Great. No, any other members of the council on the phone? Madam Clerk? Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I'm going to start off with Public Works in the city budget, and Executive Director Saba. These questions will probably be directed to you, but it's just regarding the tree trimming service that I previously mentioned at the last meeting, and I'm kicking myself because I cannot find that line item, and I know I saw it, where there was a difference in the 2019-2020 budget and this year's budget allocation for tree trimming. And I just wanted to ask, because I cannot find it, can you tell me what the appropriated amount was last year compared to this fiscal year coming up? And apologies for not giving you the heads up.
Apologies, I don't have the budget sheet for that, but I know that good evening. I know that the tree trimming budget comes from OCTA as an MOE. No, I'm sorry. As a cost from the highway user tax account, which is the HUTA, we call it the HUTA, and that fund has been reduced in this next year or this coming year allocation. Therefore, the contract has been reduced, but the service will continue to be provided. I don't know what the difference is, so I apologize. I don't have the budget sheet with me.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I'm asking is because I know I saw a huge reduction in it, and I just wanted to get some clarity if that tree trimming service was going to be reduced this year as a reflection of that. That's possible, correct?
It's possible that it's being reduced, but I have to double check and I'll get back to you on it.
I would appreciate that, because the one thing that I am, again, constantly emailed about daily and pinged on various platforms and social media is the fact that these trees, we just had a conversation just a couple of days ago about that tree over on Magnolia Street with the resident asking for a tree trimming service because of how big the tree is hanging over their homes, right, and numerous trees falling on cars and people throughout the entire city. And I mean, we've all been there to see these settlements and the accidents that happen because of these tree trimming services, and how much of tree trimming is requested from members of the community. So I wanted to make sure that in your department, that's being addressed and taken care of and made a priority, because this is a constant ask, and I would hate to see that get diminished more than it already is.
Will do.
Mayor Pro Tem and Executive Director, I did find them out, and you're absolutely correct. Overall, it dropped from 4.9 million to 3.5 million, but as Executive Director mentioned, it was due to some of the funding sources that was used for it that shrunk year to year. The 3.5 million that is proposed in the budget is more in line with actually what it was in fiscal year 1920. So there was a spike in 2021.
Okay, because of that extra influx of tax.
Right.
Okay. And I just want to remind, you guys that these trees do keep falling on people's cars, on people, and on homes. And we see them all the time, and it is a huge liability where we're shelling out hundreds of thousands of dollars every year from lawsuits over these fallen trees. So it is costing us a lot of money. And we're seeing our insurance premiums increase by over 69% because of incidents like this and vehicle collisions. So we got to make sure that we address these minor things. But thank you, Director Saba, for that information, and City Manager Ridge. In regards to the cannabis diversion from enforcement, I am fully supportive, but I'm a little confused as to how this works, because I know that this huge ordinance that has really saved the city from financial ruin over the last couple of years, it, like many other ordinances, it requires one first and a second reading to adopt. So, and I know that the mayor sort of asked a question, and I caught some of it, Madam City Attorney, to make a change to take that third from enforcement, which I am, as I mentioned at the last meeting, I am supportive to see that reduced, not to zero, but see it reduced somewhat, because it is a huge chunk of money. What does that require? I mean, I keep hearing of a lot of huge changes trying to get shoved into this budget vote, and I want to make sure that we're, being transparent.
So I've confirmed that to make that change, we have to look at an ordinance that's in your municipal code. It's an ordinance that was established by the city council. It requires the placement of these funds within a special funding account, not an accountant, and then it mandates how you use those funds. So we have to take a look at it. My first blush review of it was that we were probably going to have to amend the ordinance. That's going to require a first reading and a second reading, and then take effect 30 days later. Yeah. We could also look at whether there's emergency provisions in there as well to facilitate it. But as I looked a little bit closer at it, one of the things I mentioned this evening is it's not like we're taking money out of those funds to go use for public works. It's within the same intent. It's like you're shifting. So I want to take a look at that ordinance and look at the staff report that went with it to see if we might have more flexibility. But my first blush impression is that we're going to have to amend the ordinance. I'm going to look to see if we can do that on an urgency basis, and if we have more flexibility based on your intent when you adopted it. So.
Thank you for that, Madam City Attorney. And I'm not comfortable doing anything in the budget vote that would amend a significant ordinance like that one. I am supportive, and I'll go on the record to say that I am supportive of seeing those dollars diverted, but I think it's in all of our best interests and the interest of transparency to bring that item back as a council item or somewhat other discussion to change that ordinance and take the appropriate steps to do it. Which brings me into the similar questions to regards to vehicle stops. I just want to state for the record that I am 100% supportive of our police department continuing to enforce all our vehicle laws, however minor they might be. I know that when we all go and apply for a driver's license, we go to the California DMV and we attest that we are agreeing to follow all these California vehicle codes and numerous state laws that should be followed. And I know that many of these minor traffic stops here in Santa Ana, not in Minnesota or San Diego or Oakland, have led to a lot of guns and drugs off our streets. Just last week, minor traffic stop, loaded firearm, half a pound of methamphetamine, half a pound of cocaine, I believe it was. So it's troubling that these things do exist, and these vehicle stops oftentimes lead to these arrests. And so I'm fully supportive of that, Madam City Manager, personally. I don't like anyone up here saying that we want, because it's not a we, it's one or two people, asking for this, but I want to see our police department continue to enforce all of our laws, regardless of how tiny they might be. And if that is a policy change that needs to be made, then I encourage and I challenge my colleagues to bring it back as a council item and not try to, again, shove it into this budget vote to, go under the radar, which isn't appropriate and it's not transparent. And final Finally, is I also want to see the Met team, that 1 point, whatever it was, million diverted to youth funds. I believe that, you know, some of the residents that came here and spoke, the PAL program, I think it is a great program in our city. I've toured the facility on McFadden, and the state-of-the-art equipment that these kids get to experience and have has been really, you know, I wish I would have been part of that program when I was a kid, and I wasn't. And having a second one, maybe at the Cypress Fire Station, there's opportunity there. I think that could be possible. So with that said, those are my comments, Madam City Manager. So I want to make sure that we're careful when we're addressing this vehicle stop thing, because I don't think, just again, me personally, I want to see our officers enforce these laws. I think it's important because it's a slippery slope. That's where it starts, and you don't want that. So do we? I mean, is there anything that we need to do to make sure that doesn't happen, or is that going to be part of this vote? Because that's not appropriate either.
So I probably didn't clarify it well enough. Let me try again. So for the follow-up actions on the first one, you were asking questions about how would the transfer from some of the enforcement money to youth happen. So right now, the budget that's before you has budgeted in accordance with the ordinance, the 1/3 enforcement, 1/3 youth services, and the 1/3 general in the budget of what we anticipate to receive. So if you approve it, you're approving the proposed revenues from it. We could return to you early in the start of the fiscal year, whether it's an urgency ordinance, if it does need an ordinance, with the vehicle to make that change. And then we would do an appropriation adjustment where we would reduce down the allocations for enforcement and shift them over to you. So if it's done within the first 2 months of the budget, it can easily be addressed. So I think you were asking clarity, how would that actually happen?
For the cannabis fund, correct?
For the cannabis
Okay.
one. For the Met division, the 1.1 growth year over year on that one, what we're asking for is leave it in the budget for now. Let us go explore all the programs and services, because we heard some new requests as of tonight on that, and then we would come back to you to take those monies and then get your direction on how much do you want to go to specialized training for disenfranchised segments of the community, how much do you want to go to youth services. And on the third one, it's really not a budget issue. I do like your idea if you want to have a more robust policy decision, we could certainly discuss that in the future, but the only thing that was on the follow-up action based on what I heard before on the first and the third was to gather data so that you can make informed decisions in the future. So that's just a data gathering item. Does that better explain?
So simply to gather data.
Well, because one of the questions that was posed is, how many traffic stops are done for minor traffic violations that results in a greater crime being discovered, and we don't have that data.
Okay, because I want to also remind all of us that, we shouldn't be using city resources to do this crazy research on request of one person or two from this council. I mean, it's important that you're led by the majority, not one single person, not the mayor, not it's the majority of this council. And I personally haven't heard a majority state that they want minor vehicle infractions not enforced, which is problematic. We should be enforcing our laws, and I would not be supportive of anything that would allude to that. So that's it, Madam City Manager. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I think we have Councilmember Mendoza who's on, and then I'll call on you. So let me do some math, Mayor Pro Tem. So I think at the last meeting, we asked that this be an issue that be researched, right? Nobody's saying that it's one person, nor can I unilaterally request for this. I think I heard Councilmember Fan raise the issue. I think I heard Councilmember Hernandez and Lopez. That's 4. All right, so if we want to recount or if we want to see the minutes from that meeting, we can bring those up. This isn't a dialogue.
I know, but you don't need to counter everything that people say.
I know, but
So
I just want to make some clarity
well.
on that, because you referenced something different.
Yeah, because I don't think that was the case, but we'll review the minutes.
In any event, we'll let the council members speak for themselves now on that issue, and I simply think it's a good idea now at this point, if the city manager brings back some information, so we can make a well-informed decision on this. I'm okay with the tracking, I'm okay with the record keeping, but you can't reference something and then not expect a response.
Okay.
So.
Well, agendize it.
So.
Be transparent, Mayor
Mayor Pro
Sarmiento,
Tem,
and agendize it.
please quit interrupting me. Nobody interrupted you.
But you're
This
countering,
is-
and you do it every 2 seconds.
Mayor
so-
Pro Tem, do you mind? This is my time.
Okay, well, this
I
was
don't- as
Councilmember
chair-
Mendoza's time.
As Mayor Pro Tem, I'm chairing the
continue.
meeting, please. Turn your mic
We'll
off.
do a better job.
Okay. Now you're getting petty, sir. Okay, so let me go ahead and just clarify that. I think on the first 2 items, you're correct. I think what you said, the way you captured it, Madam City Manager, on the Met line item and on the first item on the cannabis, I think that, to me, I think it was clear during the first reading when we talked about the city attorney looking back and seeing whether or not we need an ordinance change or an amendment to that ordinance. But in any event, those were the 3 points as were clarified, so I think I'm supportive of those. I know we have Councilmember Mendoza and then Councilmember Becerra. Councilmember Mendoza?
I apologize, I don't have, my lighting is not too good in here, but I want to say that my focus has been on the senior citizens, our youth, and to ensure that our recreation centers have the adequate funding and allocation of funds so that we can get our youth out there after the long year of being in COVID and quarantine. So I saw that our budget does allocate for that, and so I don't have any questions. But because I see that we do have that funding in there for them, and so in the future I will be advocating to ensure that our community centers do reopen by the beginning of summer, and that our youth services start being provided to the youth, and also that we look into getting lighting so that we can have the tennis and the pickleball courts open again. And especially for throughout the week, we don't have, the kids are going to be out of school, so we need to have some programs and services offered to them so that we can keep them busy and into productive activities. And on the infractions, the minor infractions, we have police officers who are very experienced, and a police officer has discretion. So if they pull over someone for a minor infraction, and based on their experience and what they've seen in the past and the person's record, they have the option to just give a warning and let the person go on a minor infraction. So I think we should continue to enforce the infractions. And I mean, if a police officer sees the law being broken, it is the police officer's duty to point it out. And so we cannot look the other way when there's a crime being committed. So similarly, if somebody runs a stop sign, we need to, and some may say it's a minor infraction because it's like a California stop. But if they're used to doing that and it causes an accident, serious accident, then we have something that the police are going to get negative comments from the public. So it's a really tough decision. I know my colleagues' intent is that we utilize our police officers for the more serious crimes. However, a law is a law, and being from I've been in the legal field for over 40 years, there's just no way that I can let an infraction go and not mention it and not give a warning or some kind of an alert to the person who has committed that or broken that law. And so on the budget, just letting you know that I'm satisfied with the allocations, and we'll be looking to ensure that the senior citizens have their recreation services open as well, the Meals on Wheels, and maybe a cooling center when the temperatures rise again, and using that cannabis money for our community in recreation, after school and summer recreations, and hiring those recreation leaders to get going on these community centers. And those are all the comments I have. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. We have Councilmember Becerra, then Hernandez, then Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Manager, when we were talking about the MET money going to youth programs, so we don't have a list yet of where they would go, correct? Where those dollars would go?
Correct.
Okay, and so that's something you would look at. So for us to vote tonight on the budget, how does that work in the sense that, I mean, to me, it's programmed into MET, or we're saying we're just going to pull it out of there and it's going to be hanging out here. It's kind of waiting for you to come back with programs for us to vote on? Is that how that's going to work, if that were to go forward?
Certainly, I mean, you can direct us to handle it in any manner you choose. I envisioned it being left in the budget, and then when we determine the amount and the programs, then we would have the appropriate account codes and departments to allocate it to achieve those other items that you listed off tonight.
Okay, and I appreciate that because, I think as Mayor Pro Tem said, what frustrates me is that we're sitting here talking about a budget, and then we start talking about these transformative policies, whether it's to not pull folks over for minor stops or for minor infractions, whether it's, how we're going to spend certain monies after we've already determined where we're going with the allocations. It's frustrating because the budget's the budget. This is the blueprint for how we're going to spend our funding. And on that note, as we're talking about how we're going to take money from PD, and by the way, we're concerned about overtime, because for as much as everybody today wants to talk about youth services and youth programs, I agree. I think the more that we can put into youth programs, the better. That'd be wonderful. But let's keep in mind, nobody tonight has brought up the fact that we're going to be in we are in a $12 million operational deficit. We have a balanced budget thanks to our staff and what they proposed, but we have less revenues coming in than expenditures. Our eyes are bigger than our wallet tonight, and they have been. And nobody wants to acknowledge that. Everybody keeps saying, yeah, but we need this, we need that. Nobody's talking about the dollars and cents. Nobody's talking about the spreadsheet. And the word transparency came up, and that couldn't be more spot on. Couldn't be more spot on, because here we hear over and over, well, let's go ahead and change police policy. Let's go ahead and change all these things. They're separate. The cannabis allocations, that's a separate ordinance. The city attorney already clarified that. Let's be transparent, because God knows that any of you on this dais, if you were on the other end and you had majority, we're trying to push things through in a budget. We're not Congress. I know some of us up here, not me, but others aspire for Congress, but we're on the city council. And we don't gut bills and start plugging things in there and act very untransparent. We have to be transparent. And I applaud Mayor Pro Tem for calling out the fact that, yes, some of these items, they are worth discussion. They absolutely are worth discussion. But to try to shoehorn them into a budget, this is a fiscal exercise. This isn't a policy exercise. It's like what we had before with one of our colleagues who brought forth a resolution with a list of things that were from A to Z. I mean, that's not fair to the items to be discussed. We need to look at these thoughtfully and thoroughly. And to not do that is not transparent, and it's not fair to those items. So I would just say tonight, while I do support looking at where we can plug those dollars for youth programs, and I agree that the Santa Ana PAL program is an amazing program. And for any of the naysayers out there, take a tour. Actually go to the site, actually go look at the program and see what they do. It's an amazing facility, it's an amazing program. I'd like to see us look at that as an option. And then for some of the comments tonight that talk about, in fact, someone said, protecting our impoverished residents. But when they say that, they're not talking about families that are victimized. They're talking about folks that, yes, we have a system today where there are folks that could use a little more help, that could be steered right. But what we forget to acknowledge is there are victims in our city. There are good, hardworking families. And they want police service. They want to be able to call the police. They want that service. And we talk about overtime in such a large amount and how the police budget's taking away from these other services. But we're not spending smart. If we, and this is going to be terrible, especially for some here in the audience tonight, but if we added more officers, we'd be paying less in overtime. That means more money for the youth programs that you come into the chambers and advocate for. So with that being said, I appreciate the discussion that we're having tonight. We're already in the second reading, unless we're going to do some major shifts in the budget. But what frustrates me is last year, while I sat on this dais, while I sat up here, we talked about line items. We got into the weeds. We started talking about moving animal services out of PD. In fact, I was part of that. I said, let's find $500,000 for sidewalks, okay? What frustrates me tonight is we're at a second reading, and we've already got council members talking about these grand ideas, and nobody's done the homework to say, yes, let's take this money. Here's specifically where we plug it in. I've heard great ideas and great themes tonight, but I have not heard any practical applications when we're talking about a fiscal exercise that's before us this evening. So what I would ask my colleagues to do in the future, and I say this with all due respect, please do your homework, come to this dais with ideas, come to it. Councilmember Fan wanted a Vietnamese liaison program. She came in, she discussed it with staff. We know what the line item is, we know the dollar amount, but what we don't know is with some of the programs that are just being plopped on us during the second reading, what are they? What are they? And so, Madam City Manager, thank you for communicating to this council that you're going to come back to us with ideas. But for my colleagues to bring it up during the second reading, it's just disingenuous. We've had, literally 2 meetings already. I know this is the second reading, but we've had 2 council meetings on the budget. And now we're finally discussing some of these ideas, and it's not even in detail. That's the frustrating thing. It's not even in detail, because last time we had so many hours of discussion, and we came right back to overwhelming majority of what was proposed to us. We gave staff some good ideas on what they could do with some changes, but they were generic. And it's, I would say, on staff's shoulders. Thank you, staff, for coming back to us with the nuts and bolts details of how we can accomplish some of these things. But I would ask my colleagues in the future, rather than wait till the second reading to do this, come and do your homework and bring that to the dais. Bring those ideas with some substantial, actual, executable actions that we can move forward with. But that isn't what happened tonight, so it really is frustrating. I am looking forward to moving forward on this budget. I think with some of the ideas that we brought up tonight, I think these are things that the staff and our city manager can accommodate, but it really is frustrating that we're trying to do this at the last second. We've had so much time to do this, and the ideas are being thrown out there. They're very pie in the sky. We need to drill down. If we really want to help our community, let's get into the weeds. I'm bringing up PAL. I know PAL's an excellent program. I know there are plenty of other excellent programs out there, but let's talk about how much we would want to allocate to each. And I know that the work you're going to do, staff, will help us do that, but as Mayor Pro Tem said, it can't be just done based on 1 or 2. It's got to be done by the majority. And my last comment is, as far as the policy when it comes to minor traffic stops. While there may have been 4 that said it, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. It's not transparent to try to shoehorn policy into a fiscal exercise. It's just not. So if my colleagues are really adamant about bringing it back, I welcome that discussion. In fact, I think our entire community welcomes that discussion, because I think that would be a very, very interesting thing to hear some of my colleagues go on the record to say that they support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez and then Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity to make it clear that I was one of the council members that did support this, and largely because of the fact that Stanford University researchers in 2017 compiled the most comprehensive evidence to date, suggesting that there is a pattern of racial disparities in traffic stops. The researchers provided NBC News with the traffic stop data, the largest such data set ever collected, which points to pervasive inequality in how police decide to stop and search minority drivers. Using information obtained through these public records requests, the Stanford Open Policing Project examined over 100 million stops conducted from 2011 to 2017 across 21 state patrol agencies, which include our state of California and which includes the County of Orange. the results that showed were that police stopped and searched Black and Latino drivers on the basis of less evidence than used when stopping white drivers. And this study does set out and conclude that officers knowingly engaged in racial discrimination, but uses a more nuanced analysis of traffic stop data to infer that race is a factor when people are pulled over. But this is something that's occurring across the country. This idea isn't to say that we are trying to protect people who are breaking the law. This is about getting in front of potentially a fatal interaction that doesn't have to occur. It's inconsolable to think that there are people that have lost their lives because of a misunderstanding, because somebody said, I didn't break the law, I'm not getting out of my vehicle, and it results in a shooting. One of the most notable cases was in 2017, where an officer stopped somebody. He was driving in an unmarked vehicle, and he happened to stop a Navy vet. And it was at this moment that the Navy vet said, I didn't break any laws. And he ended up challenging this case. And what was found was that the officer could essentially say anything occurred. There are so many different traffic violation laws that exist. It's almost impossible for an officer to say you broke any one of those. So in light of what has occurred in this country over the last year with the racial disparities, it's why I took the stance that I took in supporting this, is because I want to make it clear that police intervention, it can be extremely traumatic for minority populations. And unlike a lot of my colleagues, I grew up in the very household where parents like mine were profiled. I remember, getting profiled on my way to school with family. So I just wanted to make it very clear that was my stance.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez?
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. City Manager, going back to our options, I do want to see us come back early to us, the allocation of the MAP money and the enforcement money. And I also want to say that your math is correct, Mayor Sarmiento. I was one of the council members that was supportive of collecting data and having a broad conversation on how our resources can be better used when it comes to minor traffic stops. And nothing that I am talking about today is new. I was asking for clarification, and I have every right to do that. And I'm not going to be intimidated into not asking questions on a massive budget that will impact our resident. There's nothing sneaky going on. In my personal opinion, I don't think any one of us is doing anything shady. We had a very public conversation, a very long one, and here we are doing it all over again. And so I don't agree with what is being said by other council members in regards to us not being transparent. I resent those allegations because they are not true.
Great, thank you, Councilmember. I don't know I think we've gone around once and a half, one and a half times already. So I think everybody's had a chance to speak at least once. Is there anybody else on the phone that wishes to speak? I think Councilmember Mendoza already spoke.
Actually, two of our members spoke twice. So I'd like to take a second crack if you wouldn't mind.
Go ahead, you, and then if anybody else needs to speak, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nobody's accusing anybody of shadiness, right? Nobody's accusing it. It's understanding the role of this exercise. It's an understanding issue. It's not a malfeasance issue. It's not, let's call the feds in issue. This is an issue of understanding what you're doing, right? Don't ride your bike into the swimming pool because that's not what it does. This does not accomplish policy. Yes, the funding does lead to policy because the mayor has said that before. So before I hear the retort, yes, I understand that. But as far as policy that we're talking about changing that has nothing to do with the finances before us today, yes, if we're trying to shove it into a budget document, and if for some reason there are others that are complicit, I don't mean the council, I mean others that would say, yes, this is a great way to do it, then yeah, it lacks transparency. So again, just to clarify, this is not an accusation of shadiness. This is an accusation of understanding what exercise we have before us this evening. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. So I think, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, then I'll go ahead and respond.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just wanted to echo and support what my colleague, Councilmember Becerra said. I mean, at last year's budget talks and conversations in this very council chambers, you know, we demanded that staff allocate 500 grand to the public works for the improvement of sidewalks. And we identified exactly where we wanted that money to come from. And we identified the line item, and we weren't just speaking out, you know, word vomiting these crazy ideas without identifying where this should be funded from. I want to correct Councilmember Becerra in just one little thing that he said. We're actually in a $13 million, not $12 million, 12.9, you know, if we want to get accurate. And we're hearing about all these things that keep getting funded from the reserves, which is irresponsible. If we, all these ideas are fantastic. I agree with 90% of them, but let's identify where we should fund those from. I want people to, the state, I want this taken out because I want this funded. But we can't just throw ideas out there and then get upset because something didn't change at the second meeting and have this conversation all over again. It's understanding what we're here to do, what we were elected and vested to do, is to do this and just, it's a, I don't, know how much, simple I can explain it. Councilmember Becerra did it beautifully, but, it's, let's be fully transparent of what exactly we want to do and how we should do it. And that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. So let me go ahead and just make a couple of comments. I know we need to go ahead and take the vote and take a position on this. It's difficult to be non-transparent when we talk about these things in full open session with minutes, with recordings and discussions. So I don't know where the lack of transparency is. So I don't know, there's a lot of condescending comments occurring back and forth. There's a lot of scolding and lecturing. So I feel like I'm in a room with my dad when somebody's telling you shouldn't do this and you can't do that. This is a full-blown policy discussion, and there are policy changes that impact funding. So it's perfectly appropriate to bring those up. It's within the scope of this city council to do. So what's interesting is that people love to go on and pontificate about how correct and how narrow we should be on things. Well, this isn't an uncomplicated city. This is a city with some serious challenges. And if we can't raise those here, and we can only talk about sidewalks or potholes or things that are real simple and basic, boy, then you're on the wrong council, because this council is a lot more complicated than that. And when it comes to using monies in a line item for a division in the police department that has a specific amount and saying we want that money directed towards youth investment, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Manager, but do we have youth programs at our city?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Could those monies be allocated proportionately based upon the discretion of this council?
Absolutely.
So I don't think it's rocket science for this to come back to us and be able to say, yeah, we think it should go into whether it's a youth development program, whether it's something in parks, whether it's something in libraries. That's a perfectly valid discussion to have. So it just seems like, the rigidity on this council, well, especially a couple of council members that keep complimenting each other back and forth. Boy, this is a love fest between two folks. But
you and Jesse Lopez.
All I'm trying to say is, look, I heard a clear majority saying we wanted a policy discussion on minor infractions, on data to come back. No decision will be made. That's not a fiscal decision, but it has fiscal impacts. If officers are no longer citing people for an expired registration tag, that time could be used towards other offenses. It could be used towards reducing response times for serious core police functions. So, look, that's where that discussion came from. I think the request to have data and tracking come back to this council to make a more informed decision is completely valid. But I think the first 2 points about cannabis funds going from enforcement to youth, I think that's a perfectly valid inquiry. I think if we wanted having the 1.1 million go from the Met team proposed increase to youth services, I think that's a perfectly valid point to make as well during these policy discussions. So I, don't know where all the anger or, frustration or just being so appalled by these questions go. Look, this is a difficult policy question that we're asking. So there's no reason why we shouldn't respect each other's position. I certainly think I don't call other people's ideas silly when, there's money going towards a dog park and we don't have enough parks for people. So, we could call things silly and ridiculous all day long, but that's because we lack, I think, sometimes the ability to describe things better. But look, to the extent that we're now diverting ourselves, I think we just need to get back on track. I think the presentation by the city manager was clear of where these monies could go, and with the clarification on requesting additional data and tracking of some of the information on the minor infractions. I think this is pretty clear. I think we had most of the discussion there. I think there was just some clarifications today on making sure that the Met team money went to youth services, that the cannabis enforcement dollars, some of those, a portion of, went to youth. Those were the only 2 clarifications on this. There wasn't anything further. There wasn't anything more nefarious, nor non-transparent, nor, hidden. It's just simply a policy decision to move away some monies that are going to a PD, to youth services. It's as basic as that. So I don't know, at this point, I don't know if there's any further discussion. We can go ahead and have more, but we have other items to cover, and so we need to take a position on this one way or another. Either we adopt this budget the way it is, or we bring it back for another first reading.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a couple quick comments, and that is, thank you for saying the word proportionately, because at least that gives staff an idea how that could be distributed or what way these funds being diverted would be distributed. So thank you for doing that, because I think that adds a little more clarity towards what we're talking about. And as far as policy, I'm not saying let's not talk about policy. What I'm saying is the discussion at the last meeting was trying to push a policy, as in to have staff come back with something for us to vote on, when that wasn't what was agendized. It was the budget. And yes, we're going to talk about policy when it comes to how we appropriate funds. You're absolutely right. But it's just, let's make it clear that if we're going to do a policy shift that isn't fiscal in nature, then let's bring that back as a separate item, not because of nefarious issues, but because I think it warrants having its own discussion. And that's where transparency, I think, is the appropriate term. It's not meant to call anybody out as doing something wrong in the sense that they're doing it for malintentions. It's just, let's make sure we're doing it the correct way so that we can have a productive discussion, the community can be involved, and we can come up with policy from this body that makes sense and that's been well vetted and thought out. And that's all I have right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. So I don't know if we have a motion on the floor or not.
We do not.
Okay. Any additional speakers? I don't think there's anybody on the line.
No.
So I'll entertain a motion with the staff recommendations to research or come back to us on the cannabis transfer, whether that's possible by amendment or by a simple adjustment in allocation of funds of the cannabis revenue. That's 1. 2, the Met team 1.1 going towards youth services in a proportionate way, that coming back to us for specific appropriation. And then 3rd, coming back with records and tracking of these minor infractions that were asked, I think, by a majority of the council.
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
We have a motion by Councilmember Fan. Is there a second?
I'll second. Second.
Okay, I think that was Councilmember Lopez who had the second.
Yes.
Correct.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes. Okay, moving along, I think the next item was
Item 21.
item number 21. I think that was Peñalos's.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I pulled item 21, which is to approve an agreement with governmentjobs.com. And Madam City Manager, the reason I pulled this is because I received a lot of correspondence, as I know we all did, about this item, specifically contracting out city jobs, specifically in HR. And I know that is not the case, but I wanted to just ask for clarification to make sure that that wasn't happening. Because I know this is a service that we've used for a number of years, and we're just expanding the scope of it to facilitate our city staff. But just wanted to get clarification for the record.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and Mayor Pro Tem. You are correct. We are not contracting out any service. We've been using NeoGov Insight and Onboard, and we're just adding the perform element for performance evaluations. It's not contracting out any staff.
Beautiful. I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't the case. As I've said before, I'm not supportive of the attempt to contract out to any, outside companies to do government jobs and our city work, so supportive of that. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve item 21.
Is there a second?
Councilmember Hernandez has his hand raised.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to concur with Mayor Pro Tem that I do not support contracting out any of our jobs. I wanted to make that very clear.
Great. Is that a second?
I will second.
Great. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, a second by Councilmember Hernandez. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Becerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Fan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa.
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento.
Yes. That motion carries.
Thank you, Jason.
I think the next one is item number 25, and that's from Councilmember Fan.
Yes, Mayor. So we're talking about the budget here in the city of Santa Ana and how we're trying to provide services and all of that. And when I saw item 25, I was quite shocked, dismayed, questioning what we are spending this money on. And so let me just clarify for the public, item 25 would require the allocation of not to exceed $6,870,353 from our general fund to a contractor for up to 5 years to provide school crossing guard programs throughout the city. Nabil, maybe you can clarify, but why isn't the school district providing this service to the students? And it's not just Santa Ana Unified. We have Garden Grove Unified, Orange Unified, as well as Tustin Unified.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. We inherited this program from PD from last year, and so we're going on the renewal of the contract, and it is the trend. I understand Anaheim does the same thing. It is on the city general fund to fund these programs. It's not the school district. That's the trend, and that's what is really taking place in the rest of the county.
So this is just something that many cities throughout the county does, provide this type of crossing guard program? Okay, and I pulled this because it's really frustrating that school gets hundreds of millions of dollars more to spend, the various school districts, and they're getting more with not Revive money, that's us, ARPA money, and that the city of Santa Ana is forced to provide this service when it is the schools that are, creating the need for crossing guards. And go ahead.
Oh, if I may make a suggestion, we can raise this issue because we do have the ad hoc that's exploring the issues with the school districts, so we could certainly add this to their agenda.
I would love for our ad hoc committee to raise this issue. I'm not on the school ad hoc, but as I understand it, students are leaving these school campuses, walking on school property and needing to cross to their homes. And so I think that this should be a partnership with the various school districts and not only on the city to provide this service, especially for almost $7 million over 5 years. So I would ask that we work on that. I guess I'm not supportive of this program. So with that, I would actually move to deny.
Mr. Mayor, if I may ask.
Yes, Councilmember, go ahead.
Is this something that we can just continue for a set period of time to have it come back? Is it time sensitive? Help me understand.
We really need to get ready for the new school year. We need to meet with the provider so we can get the program going. And there's if you look at the staff report itself, there is a milestones that we needed to not only meet with the contractor, but also meet with the school district and certain milestones to get the program going. So I would say it is time sensitive, and it's something that we need to provide and continue.
Well, Director Saba, if we were to, I'm just throwing this out there because we have a meeting coming up in 3 weeks, right? So if we were to continue this for that duration, have the ad hoc review this item, but I mean, it would obviously be a quick turnaround because it wouldn't be something we'd want to draw out, but something where at least we can give it time to be vetted and then brought back to council for a decision at that time. Would that be acceptable, or is that just impossible?
It would make it extremely tight because particularly Santa Ana Unified School District, they're resuming in August, I believe. Another idea might be maybe you don't move forward with a 5-year contract and you only do a 1 year.
And then at that time, we can allow the ad hoc to chew on it for more time. Councilmember Fan, is that something you could support?
Grudgingly, but yes, I would support a 1-year time span so that our ad hoc can work with this. And I want to raise this issue because the city of Santa Ana works with 4 school districts, not just one. And for a very long time, one school district has been in charge of a lot of the MOUs and relationships that we have. And so we need to have a better relationship with all of our school districts and make sure that we're partners with all of these school districts. So I guess I will amend my motion to approve the contract for a 1-year period with the ad hoc committee going back to speaking with the school district and discussing this matter further.
I'll go ahead and second that.
Great. So we have a motion with that clarification from staff's recommendation to go from a 5-year to a 1-year contract by Councilmember Fan, second by Becerra. Madam Clerk, unless there's any other questions or comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just wanted to clarify so it'll be 1 year. I'm assuming it'd be that 6.2 divided by 5. Because I don't want to see this come back for 1 year, or see the cost is, half of that or a third. Is there any, in working with this, whoever the All City Management Services Inc. was there anything that would allow for this, to do it this way? Because I've brought this issue up before about, why the city is spending so much money, because it's a lot of money for crossing guards. I know that, they're essentially crossing city-owned streets and the way people drive here and the speeding and the, all kinds of dangers. And so how would this look like? Is it just 1 year? And then that year
if you ask me, I would probably punt the award for the next council meeting or 2 council meetings from now, better than award only to 1 year, because I believe the bid itself is for 3 + 2. And the pricing is based on 3 years plus 2 years extension. They may not be able to hold these prices for 1 year only.
That's what I was thinking, and that's why I was asking that question.
So
because
I would rather that if you wish, we can bring it back to you.
Because we could. It's easy to say to do it for 1 year, but what does that? Would they accommodate that? That's the
right.
Executive Director, is there a termination provision?
I have to look into it. I'm not sure.
Okay.
There isn't?
I'm not sure. I need to really look at the agreement itself.
So I would make a substitute motion to push this to that second meeting in July, or the one meeting.
The first meeting.
We have one meet, the first one, July 6th.
I'll be on vacation.
So the first meeting in July, so that we could get all that information back.
Maybe the second meeting I will be here. First meeting I will not be here.
So second meeting in July. Yeah. You said it could go for 30 days. It'd be fine.
I think so. It's just I wanted to bring your attention to the staff report and where we really do have a time frame that we need to get your approval, do a kickoff meeting, meet with the vendor, and then meet with the school district in 3 different occasions before the school year starts, so we can, decide exactly what the field services will be. So there is a time frame, and there is, milestones that we need to, accomplish, and it becomes very narrow.
And the final question I have is this the same company that we've used in the past?
Yes.
It is?
It is.
So they're aware with the layout of the city,
Pretty
where
much,
they're
yes.
deployed?
All 50 locations, yes.
Okay, it's not something that they...
Mayor and Council, if I could just mention, I think Section 16 of the agreement has a termination provision. Says the agreement may be terminated by the city upon 30 days written notice of termination, and in such event, the consultant shall be entitled to receive, and the city shall pay consultant for all services performed prior to receipt of the notice. So it appears to me that there is a provision for termination without cause. So adoption of the ordinance, adoption of the agreement now would not prejudice you in any way. In fact, you can enter into the agreement and terminate it under Section 16.
So do you want to make a substitute to your substitute?
So I will, I guess, so that would mean that, so I'm trying to understand so it'd be...
So if you approved the contract and we were able through the school ad hoc and talking with the school districts, get all or any portion of it funded from them, we could terminate the agreement.
So is this, and just to clarify, is the school ad hoc communicating with the school district? I mean, I thought it wasn't, is it the joint use committee?
So what your school ad hoc committee is doing is they're doing a complete review of all of our agreements with the school districts, particularly the joint use agreements, and they're going to come back to the full council and make recommendations for modifications to those. So this could be something that's added onto their scope of work.
Okay. So that would mean subject to motion to continue the item for 30 days and send it to the ad hoc committee, if what I'm understanding.
Well, I believe with the termination provision, you could just make a motion to approve the agreement, and I believe Councilmember Fan would be comfortable, given the fact that there's a termination provision.
My concern with that, and I am generally comfortable with the 30-day termination. I think that's fantastic. Thank you to staff for ensuring that agreement contains that provision. My concern is that we approve this crossing guard agreement. The school districts know we have it and just don't play ball. That's my concern, because that has been what the school districts have been doing time immemorial in this city. And so I do understand the need for, discussion and whatnot, but at the end of the day, once we have it, they'll just say, well, if we don't play ball, then the city will just continue with the program. And that's my concern, and we'll just be back where we started. So I guess that's my comment. And I don't have the relationship with the school districts. I'm not on the ad hoc committee. I don't really know what's going on there, but we can see how that relationship's been reflected in the not great MOUs that we're in.
Well, let me get to the other council members who I think have their hands raised as well to speak. I think it's Councilmember Hernandez first, and then Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Fan for bringing this to the attention of the public. You're absolutely right. The Santa Ana Unified School District has a significantly larger budget than us. And I do think it would be wise for us to pursue and explore a partnership with them, because this should be something that the both of us work in conjunction with, to ensure that we have crossing guards. In conclusion, however, I would feel much more comfortable with us having this than not having it. So I'm in support of the item, but as a member of the ad hoc committee for the SAUSD and city partnerships, I will certainly ensure that we explore a partnership with them, because these costs should be something that we cover in conjunction with the school district. Ideally, the school district would cover it, but if the school district isn't, I'd rather see the city take this on than to not have it at all.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. Yes, I sit on the school ad hoc committee, and I just want to clarify that the council members do not engage with the school board members. We are just in discussions with our own city staff. And so if there's a sub motion to continue this item, I would be supportive of that. I don't think it's necessarily a good look for us to come out and say, like, we don't support the sidewalks that, you know, essentially provide safety for our kids. So I think I'm not comfortable with that yet. And for me, it is important to engage in a partnership with all of the school districts that we're involved with. You know, it's something that is very, not necessarily particular to my ward, but that in some cases it is. And so because of that, if there's a sub motion to continue this, I would be supportive of that.
Thank you, council member. So I think I think there was a motion for a 1 year, and that was a motion and a second, I believe. But you're making a substitute motion to continue the matter till 30 days till the Public Works Director, Sabah, comes back. I would second that. I think based upon what you're saying, Director, you might want to go speak to the vendor, see if a 1 year is possible, gives us a little bit more time rather than trying to really, fit this into the ad hoc's, list of things that they're trying to cover already, and it might give us some time to go ahead and work with our friends over at the school
Mayor,
districts.
for clarification, I have Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa motioning to continue it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Still?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear his motion. So, okay. So then Lopez would be the second on that. So I'm supportive as well. The one thing I just want to mention is that I know in the past when we've had this discussion, it is always a sensitive discussion. I think we feel like we have at least a joint responsibility with some of the school districts. So I know that things may be different now with respect to funding, but because they are our arterials, the children are our constituents as well. We've always felt a responsibility. I think it's fair to have a conversation to talk with them about how we can, use our joint efforts to make this a better program. But yeah, I think that there's always been some sense of responsibility, which is why we've covered this. I think it's been difficult, but nonetheless.
Point of clarification, Mayor Sarmiento, if I can.
Go ahead.
With Director Saban, I'm trying to understand I'm looking at the staff report, and it's from July 1st, 2021, expiring June 30th, 2024, which is that 3-year contract that you mentioned with the possibility of a 2-year extension. Yeah. I know school resumes in August, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know the exact date, and I believe there's going to be a summer session as well in person earlier than that. Will there be crossing guards available in the next month or two if we're pushing this out to the end of July for a possible vote then? I'm just trying to understand how this lays out or rolls out.
Give me 1 minute, please. The plan was to resume this program when the normal school year starts, not during the summer.
Okay, so it'd be the summer session in August. So there would be time there if we were to push this out to the end of July, the second meeting in July, and try to, and possibly approve something then, and then we would have a couple of weeks to implement this, and that's feasible, that's possible.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, I just like kind of what Councilmember Hernandez mentioned. I want to make sure that once our kids start, there are crossing guards, whether we have to pay for them or not.
I am looking at the staff report, and the kickoff meeting was supposed to be in May 24th, which is already past us. So we're already behind in implementation.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that...
I don't want to misspeak and tell you, yes, this is not including the summer, but I need to check with staff.
Okay. Is that something that staff, someone in your department could provide to us at this first meeting in July?
Yes, of course. We can provide it tomorrow, but I don't have that data right now.
Okay, so I would amend my substitute motion to push it out for the next council meeting, the next regularly scheduled council meeting, just because I fear that it will be too short to scramble and get this implemented for school session to start. Again, whether we pay for it or we split the cost with the numerous school districts, I just want to ensure that our kids could at least safely cross the street to get to school, knowing how, wide our streets are and how fast people drive here and whatnot. So
Can we leave it open where it's July 6th or July 20th?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So if it's ready in 2 weeks, or whenever that is, I'd love to see it then. So I'll amend that substitute motion for that minor change, Mayor Sarmiento.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion to move this, to continue this item until the next council meeting on July 6th. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Mayor, with a comment, brief comment.
Go ahead.
In the future, and I'm going to say this like globally to all of our staff, don't put the council in a position where we have to approve something or else it's dire straits and everything falls apart. Give us some room. If there are concerns where we have to, for whatever reason, we want to noodle on it, we want to vet it a little more, give us that luxury, please. That's all I ask. But with that, I'll support the motion.
All right, so there's a substitute motion on the floor. And Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Excuse me, Clerk of the Council, can I get some clarification on the motion, please?
It is to continue to the July 6th or July 20th meeting. Staff will come back when they're available on one of those two meeting dates.
Gratitude, yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes, I would prefer July 20th, but yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes, okay.
Motion carries 7-0.
Motion carries. Moving along to item number 31, I believe that was Mayor Pro Tem's as well.
31 was me, Mayor Sarmiento. I should have just registered a no vote, but I forgot I could do that. So I will be voting no on this item.
Great, thank you for that. Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Motion by Councilmember Mendoza, second by Pham. Seeing no other comments or questions, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
No.
Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes. That ends the consent calendar. Moving along to the first business calendar item, item number 36, an ordinance repealing and reenacting the Municipal Code, Chapter 33, Section 54, establishing preservation of newly constructed and reconstructed arterials and streets and alleys. Do we have a staff presentation from staff on this, or is?
Mayor, we do not have a presentation
Great.
unless you would like us to reiterate what's in the
Just
staff
be ready in
report.
case there's any questions. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council. Any questions or comments on this item? Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mayor. So on this ordinance, I appreciate that this ordinance is going to, incorporate local streets and alleys, because before it only incorporated arterials. My question, though, and I just want to make sure I understand clearly, Director Salva, if you could come up real quick. On this ordinance, is there Director Salva, my question, like I said, I appreciate that this ordinance is incorporating streets, local streets and alleys,
Right.
in addition to just the arterials, because obviously we want to make sure that all of our streets are being maintained to a certain degree. But I was going to ask you, what about concrete streets? Because obviously there are going to be projects in certain areas, and it's, Santa Ana is a very old city, and the concrete streets aren't isolated to one part of town. They're throughout the city. So how would this ordinance address work that impacts those?
It applies to concrete streets. It applies to all kinds of streets in Santa Ana right now, arterial and local streets. So the standard is in our standards. So if a trench is built in the city, then in a concrete street, then we're going to go from a joint to another joint, replace the entire panel.
Right.
That is affected by the trench.
Okay.
So now we're going wider and bigger. This way, we are replacing full panels rather than just the trench like you see in some of the streets that we have right now.
So the way the ordinance is utilized is it refers to Public Works street standards. So when you're working on a street that just happens to be concrete, this ordinance would apply.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. And then my other question, and again, I just want to make sure I understand it. So the idea is Public Works paves a street, there's a 5-year moratorium before you can just start going in there and cutting up the street. But at the same time, we don't want to discourage folks from building and developing. So I guess where does one look to, help me understand, where does one look to as far as if for whatever reason they come in on year one and they come in, their property's up against a street that has just been beautifully paved, but they do have to get into the street. Obviously, it's the director's discretion to allow them to do that, but I guess, is there something in there that says, okay, but if you're going to do this, here are the standards that you have to abide by?
That's exactly what this ordinance does.
Okay.
If they cut in a street that has been paved or rehabbed 5 years period,
right?
If they do it within that 5-year period, then they'll have to follow the moratorium streets in terms of fixing or coming back and doing the trench. So they have to go outside, above and beyond what we normally do in a moratorium street.
Okay, perfect. No, thank you for putting this forward to us, Director Saba. With that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the ordinance.
Thank you.
Great, we have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Becerra, second by Mendoza. Seeing no other questions or comments, Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes. Great. Moving along to our public hearing item, let me go ahead and say before hearing public item number 37, Madam Clerk, please provide some instructions to the public as how they would wish to address the council.
Thank you, Mayor. For members of the public who'd like to make a comment for only public hearing item 37, please dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Madam Clerk. So this is a time and place for a public hearing on adoption of ordinance approving zoning number 2021-01, amending section 41-472 and 41-472.5 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code to require a conditional use permit for light processing facilities in the light industrial M1 district. City Manager, is there a staff report?
Certainly, Mayor and Council Member, the public hearing is for introduction of ordinance, which on May 4th, 2021, the City Council voted unanimously to adopt an urgency ordinance, and then staff promised that they would prepare the proposed permanent ordinance and bring it back before you. So you've heard this item before. We certainly can give you a presentation if you feel that's necessary.
Great. I don't think one is necessary since it's been brought before the council previously. Let me go ahead and open the public hearing and ask the clerk if there are any members of the public on the line that wish to address us.
Thank you, Mayor. I do not see any hands raised, but we did receive 2 written correspondence in support. They were both Santa Ana residents from Madison Park Neighborhood Association, and that's all we have.
Great, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council to see if they have any comments or questions on this item.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to seek absolute clarity, this item is really brought to us due to the fact that we have some of these facilities within very close proximity to our residents.
Correct, sir. It's actually to prevent new facilities from opening up that includes types of processing that could have contaminants.
Right, but I mean the idea being because some of our M1 and M2 zone properties are very close to existing residents.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, and with that, I'd be happy to move the item.
So we have a motion by Becerra. Is there any other questions or comments, or is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Great. Second by Councilmember Fan. Any other questions or comments from the council? The only comment I would have before I go ahead and close the public hearing is I want to thank the Madison Park Neighborhood Association and all the other environmental justice advocates and groups that were out there. I know that we've had this issue in the city, and most cities our age have this issue of incompatibility when you have, light industrial, heavy industrial growing up right next to residentials. And so this is a good way of addressing it. I know that, we're doing work that hopefully will unwind some of the tension between those two uses. But look, we have to get started somewhere, and without this, it just continues to develop, and we have some bad encounters between those two uses. So thank you, Director Tai, for doing that as well. So let me go ahead and close the public hearing and have the clerk call roll.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Peñalosa?
Yes.
Mayor Sarmiento?
Yes, great, thank you. Winding up now on comments, I'll go ahead and go to the city manager to see if she has any closing comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple brief ones. There is a holiday between now and the future, and I just want to point out that illegal fireworks can now be reported on My Santa Ana app. So that's what we are encouraging. You've probably seen some of the social media posting is for residents to utilize My Santa app for that purpose. Another thing also that has been added to the app is abandoned or illegally parked vehicles can also be reported through the My Santa Ana app. So the My Santa Ana intends to place the powers of city government in the palm of your hand, making things very easy to report issues to the city. And we encourage people to report. We want to help keep our city clean and safe by using that. And then just one more item I could not go unmentioned, and I know each of you probably already know this, but Santa Ana just placed second in the nation for best municipal water. So a shout out to our Public Works and our Water Resources Division. And that's all.
Thank you for mentioning that. How many years in a row is this?
So for the past 10 years, they've won 6 awards, including a gold medal in 2018 and 2014, a silver and bronze medals in 2012 and 2011. So a long history of awards for our water.
Very nice, very nice. Good work. Let me go ahead and bring it back to the council for their closing comments. Councilmember Becerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since this is going to be our last regular council meeting before July 4th, I wanted to wish everybody a very happy Independence Day. It's our opportunity to celebrate our Declaration of Independence from Great Britain. And I know this year the celebration means so much more because here's our, collectively our big opportunity to, get together with loved ones, with friends and neighbors and celebrate something that nationally we hold so dear. So I'm excited about it, but I would also encourage everybody to please be responsible and celebrate safely. I also wanted to thank the Santa Ana Unified School District for inviting me to the graduation for the class of 2021 for Santa Ana High School and Santa Ana Valley over the weekend over at Angel Stadium. Wow, what an amazing graduation. And, for what SAUSD was not able to offer their students in 2020, I think they more than made up for it over this past weekend. And I also wanted to congratulate the graduates from the class of 2021 from Century High School, Saddleback, Segerstrom, and all the other schools. Of course, Los Amigos, Santiago High School, and Mater Dei, and all the other schools that serve Santa Ana students. I also want to thank everybody who took the time to come out to my monthly community office hours that we held earlier this month over in Thornton Park. It was so nice to finally get back together with everybody in person. Previously, we were doing them over Zoom during the pandemic, and so it was just nice. We were out in an open facility at Thornton Park, and it was just great to connect with folks in person again. So I appreciate everybody for coming out. And my next monthly community office hours will be on July 17th. Normally, I do them on the first Saturdays of the month, but given the holiday weekend, we're going to push it out for July to July 17th. Same location, Thornton Park at 10 a.m. And then I'm also very happy to announce tonight that the South Bristol commercial corridor from Alton to Sunflower is going to receive more increased police attention through a liaison program that's very similar to what you see in downtown Santa Ana and like a neighborhood watch. Now, this isn't the same as downtown Santa Ana where merchants are paying into it. You have an area of the city that is one of our highest sales tax generating commercial areas here in the city, and like many areas in the town, definitely has been impacted by a variety of crime issues. And so I want to thank Deputy Chief Esparza, Commander Marty, and Corporal Velasquez, who are the liaisons to the business community along that stretch of South Bristol. It's like a neighborhood watch where they've been walking the beat and talking to folks and really connecting with folks, because, you know, as we know, a lot of the managers for a lot of those stores, they come and go, and so it's important that there's a sense that they know who to call at our police department, and they know who the businesses are that are calling, and that we foster that relationship. So I'm very happy that that's happening, so I want to thank PD for that. And I'm looking forward to our July 20th meeting. I know it's a little ahead, but I wanted to throw this out there that I'm looking forward to seeing what the staff recommendations are for the neighborhood-wide parking districts. I know that some recommendations will be coming back to us on the July 20th meeting, so I just wanted to put that out there. And the massage establishments, I know some folks have been emailing a couple of us up here on the dais, and some folks came in and took time out of their busy schedule to speak to us tonight about it. And I want to voice my support for staff. And I know this isn't a council member directed item, and if we have to bring it back, I'd be more than happy to. But I think this is something where we really do need to look at the regulations and, you know, possibly even explore a moratorium if need be. I think that the particular establishment that was brought up by our residents tonight, it was kind of an outlier. You had a situation where the zoning didn't match up, but it's a building that has, for a very long period of time, offered uses that were contrary to the zoning that exists today. So it, you know, as May would say, legally non-conforming. And so I appreciate that this is a different situation. I know staff is still looking into the specific location, but I think as many policy decisions or many policy directions, it's one instance that really shines a light and makes us look at what we can do to make sure it doesn't have negative impacts citywide. So I really would ask that something come back to us. And again, if I need to agendize it, I'm more than happy to. And then lastly, I would like to know, and this is probably just an information item that could come back to the council directly, and that is how neighborhood associations are being notified of discretionary permits, like when folks apply for them, and then permits for proposed uses where police have to approve the permits. And the reason I'd like to know is because I've talked to some of our neighborhood leaders, and what's been communicated to me is that at one point in time, they would get some sort of tickler or notification. Hey, just FYI, this is an application that was made that's going through the channels in PD, or it's coming through, you know, whether it's planning commission, zoning administrator, but just something to give folks a heads up. And I know we do a robust effort when it comes to noticing, but I think just direct communication with our neighborhood associations. I think you've heard most of us on this dais talk about how important it is to communicate with our neighborhood associations. So I would just ask that if you could come back to the council to let us know what the process is today for that notification to the neighborhood associations. I'm aware of the noticing requirements for the general public, but I'd like to know how we're communicating these particular items to our neighborhood leaders. And with that, I just want to wish everybody a good night.
Great, thanks for that. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to keep my comments very short. In light of honoring OCTAC, I feel that it would be most appropriate for me to end with some arts. I wanted to share a poem by one of my favorite poets, Maya Angelou, in light of the approaching holiday on Saturday, Juneteenth. For those that don't know, Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States. On June 19, 1865, the Emancipation Proclamation was brought forth. Unfortunately, we're still dealing with the effects of the roots of slavery, but I wanted to share some empowerment that I got from Maya Angelou's Still I Rise poem. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? 'Cause I walk like I've got oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like the moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hopes springing high, still I'll rise. Do you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? Does my haughtiness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard, 'cause I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I'll rise. Does my sexiness upset you? Does it come as a surprise that I dance like I've got diamonds at the meeting of my thighs? Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that's rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean, leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak that's wondrously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise, we rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza. I'm sorry, Councilmember Lopez. I leaped right over you. Councilmember Lopez, then Mendoza.
No worries. Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I do have a couple of public comments. And first, I just want to say happy birthday to my mama. I love you to infinity and beyond. And también quiero, que sepan la comunidad de Sullivan que pueden contar con mi apoyo. Yo represento el Distrito 3, pero mi responsabilidad también es para toda la comunidad de Santana. Y si me necesitan, por favor, sepan que se pueden comunicar conmigo y que voy a hacer lo que yo pueda para apoyarlos. And also, our Parks and Recs director released our movies at the park schedule, and I'm excited to share with Ward 3 residents that this summer movies in the park will be hosted at Portola Park, Santiago Park, and Edna Park. I also want to congratulate all of our SAUSD, GGUSD, Orange, and Tustin graduates this year. It was a very challenging year for our students and for our teachers. And you should all be so proud of your accomplishments and where you're going, for college. And I also want to say happy Father's Day to all of the dads in Santa Ana, and a special shout out to my dad, the hardest working man I know. And I had two questions for staff. I wanted to know when the council will be updated on the new remote work policy. And the second one, when will this council revisit or rediscuss publicly the topic of police oversight?
Certainly, Council Member. I believe police oversight was August. We were shooting for August for that item. On the telecommute policy, I hope to have something, because we want to reach out to all of the unions to get input on that. So maybe 4 to 5 weeks on that particular policy. And that really isn't something that would need to come for council approval, but we certainly can give you a receive and file.
Yes, thank you. I would appreciate that. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Now, Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Mendoza, can you hear us?
There we go. I apologize.
There you go. Go ahead.
Sorry about
Go ahead.
that. Okay. I want to remind the public that although the restrictions for the COVID have been lifted somewhat, not to be confident in your atmosphere, in your environment. The Delta variant of COVID, this very serious virus, is still out there, and this new variant is even deadlier and more riskier than what we went through in 2020. So please continue to be extra cautious and continue to wear your mask, especially when there's large groups. Continue to wash your hands and take all the precautions that you have been doing especially with our elderly and our young people. Please encourage your families to get vaccinated. Everyone has the free vaccination access. There is no reason why you cannot get vaccinated. Let's work on it together. Let the city of Santa Ana be an example for other cities in showing them that we will be 100% vaccinated. And this is regardless of what your politics are. Health does not choose a Democrat or Republican or any other party. If you get the virus is not going to ask you whether you're Republican or Democrat. It will take all of us to make sure that we keep everyone else safe. So please continue to monitor yourselves and those around you in order to survive the next wave of the Delta COVID epidemic. Thank you and be safe. Good night.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fan?
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I'd like to say thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for reading one of my favorite poems from the great Maya Angelou. I just want to say that she will be honored on a quarter. It was just announced in May, so I'm very excited to see her on one of our, mostly used quarters. I would like to make some updates. So as many of you may know, I sit on the Metropolitan Water District. A lot of us don't know what the Metropolitan Water District. The Met is a water wholesaler that covers LA, San Diego, Inland Empire, and Orange County. In fact, it is the largest water wholesaler in California, and I believe also maybe the country. And we went through a very long and rigorous process, and we selected Adele Hashkhalil as our new director. And you can look up the LA Times. There are a lot of articles about that. It was a fraught and long process because this is the person who is going to be responsible for bringing water during a drought to Southern California. Adele has a long history working with with diverse populations in the LA sanitation, and he's going to bring a wealth of knowledge and experience, and to ensure that we are able to withstand these droughts and the ever-changing water resources from the Colorado River as well as the Bay Delta. I'd also like to say that while Santa Ana got second place for best tasting water in America, the Metropolitan Water District got #1, and we import some of our water from the Met. So really, Santa Ana residents, please stop buying bottled water. The water from your tap is literally the best in the country. So, drink the tap water. It's delicious, it's good for you, and it is way cheaper than the bottled stuff, which is frankly the same stuff, and they just mark up the price about 1,000%. The other thing I want to address is that July 4th is coming. That is Independence Day. And, this is a really important day for me, for my family. As some of you may know, my husband is a veteran. There are 4 veterans in my family. 2 of them are combat vets who've served in Iraq and Afghanistan. It is a really difficult holiday, even though it is a very important holiday for me and for many of us, because for many of us who are immigrants or people of color, sometimes we feel like we haven't been included in this idea of freedom and democracy and the pursuit of happiness. And while that might be the case, I really believe that what our founding fathers tried to do when they signed the Declaration of Independence and then did all of that nation building is that it's our legacy to ensure that we meet the goals that they set out for us and to do better. And so as an attorney, as a public official, as an immigrant, and as someone who is a proud American, I work every day to meet that legacy, and in the hopes that we one day really do fulfill the dreams that we set out to do. And the last thing I want to mention is that July 2nd is my 5th anniversary with my dear husband, Porav, and for 4 of those years, we were long distance because he served in the military, and I know that is something many of our military families go through. So I just want to wish him a happy anniversary, and we will figure something out to do because this budget process has been long and arduous. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Sarmiento. I just wanted to also echo what Councilmember Fan said in regard to Councilmember Hernandez's reciting Maya Angelou. I mean, it is one of my favorite poems as well, so very happy to hear it. With that said, I wanted to put out a couple invitations to the community. The City of Santa Ana will be hosting a neighborhood cleanup on Saturday, and they're hosting a dumpster day, and I'm hosting the neighborhood cleanup in correlation with the dumpster day at Memorial Park and Lily King Park on Saturday, June 26th, from 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. to noon on that Saturday. But I mean, I've seen some of our parks, and we could probably be out there till 10 p.m. picking up trash. Just throwing that out there. But I will be out there volunteering my time, my Saturday morning, to pick up trash along Memorial Park and Lily King Park. And I know that we're hoping to provide trash pickup tongs and trash bags for the community that wants to join us and help out. If you have large bulky items, bring them out, and we'll dump them in the dumpster. If you would like to join me or volunteer or know of individuals in the city that would like to help and volunteer, please email me at dpenaloza@santa-ana.org or call me at 714-547-5200. We need volunteers. Our parks are, they get messy, and we should, be able to help out a little bit and clean up the parks that we all share and use. With that said, I also wanted to just make the community aware that the Yale Navigation Center, the county homeless shelter, is hosting a virtual information session that I think is important for the community to tune into. I found out about it today. I know it's partnership. The OC Healthcare Agency is the one hosting it for the Yale site. I have forwarded the information to staff, and I'm hoping that we could put out some kind of memo about this meeting, virtual meeting, which is this Thursday, June 17th at 4:30 p.m. One more thing, I just also want to wish everyone a happy Father's Day to all our city staff who are fathers. Happy Father's Day, and to all the kids out there that just like myself. I've been open about this before. I grew up fatherless. My dad passed away when I was 3 years old, killed by a drunk driver. So Father's Day is always a kind of sad day for me because, it's like anything. You see the people celebrating their dads, but I was, lucky enough and fortunate enough to have a mom who wore that hat like no other. I mean, she tried her best, and I thank her every day for it. So happy Father's Day to her, and to all those mothers that are out there wearing that hat as well. Happy Father's Day. With that said, that is it, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you for those comments. Happy Father's Day to everybody. I also want to thank, I think somebody mentioned the graduations that were hosted by Santa Ana Unified School District over at Angel Stadium. I think it was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and it was quite an event. My son graduated on Friday, so I want to congratulate him. But I also want to thank the school district. They did an amazing job securing that venue. I know even some of the Anaheim high schools were pretty envious, but I think given the circumstances of what all our students here in Santa Ana and all over the country literally were put through this past year, it was a way that they could be with each other, with their peers for one last time, and they certainly had a good time. So thank you for the invitation. It was a great moment for everybody, and especially the parents. We're just eating it up. Secondly, I want to thank everybody who came and spoke to us today. These discussions on budgets, I know I've gone through about 14 of them. They're never easy. They're always difficult, but I think it's because there are very important priorities that we're all trying to deal with. And one of them has to deal with, as we know, with the trans population, the trans community that's come to us now a few times during these discussions. So to the extent, Madam City Manager, we keep in mind how we can maybe bring them into the CDBG pipeline, so they might be an eligible nonprofit. I think they're probably a 501c3 that might be consistent with some of the others that might receive some continuing funding through that federal source. That would be one. The other one would be again, looking at housing needs, and maybe there is a way that they could be considered a community of interest and maybe a priority for us as we prioritize sometimes communities that are special needs, that could be considered when we're looking at affordable housing and how do we match those communities up with those services and with that housing. We know that they are, unfortunately, as many communities, they just don't have the resources that we'd like to provide, and to the extent our policies could reflect some investment there, that would be helpful. The last thing is, well, actually, one more thing. I think on speed bumps, and I was speaking to our Public Works Director today, we're seeing a lot of speed bumps being requested by many of our neighborhoods, and there's one in particular I want to make sure that we cover, which is the Cornerstone Mini, and I don't think it's public right away, but it's those alleys in between some of the multifamilies on Standard and those on Mini Street. There's just a lot of speeding that goes on there, and if it's not the public right away, maybe we can work with CNC. I know they own a lot of the properties there, to see how we can install some of those temporary speed bumps, but maybe there is a policy that might be able to expedite or accelerate the request and the review of some of those requests for speed bumps. So maybe that's something that could be brought back to us or circulated to us. Finally, we know that today was a definite marker in this whole pandemic period that we've had. All of us have been waiting for June 15th, and for various reasons. There's still many in our community that haven't had the benefit or of having a vaccine. So to the extent we can, continue to have a robust effort making sure that we vaccinate our communities and our neighborhoods, those especially that are densely populated, those that have workers that don't have the time sometimes or can't take time off of work to not only get a vaccine but also recover maybe from the first and second dose. So I was really pleased to see that we're going to be doing a mobile effort and trying to get out there and do as many as we can. I'm very optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic because we know that a bad event could turn into some very bad consequences for people. So to the extent that we're talking to our business community and our merchants out there, let's be responsible as we open up. To our residents, let's be responsible as we carry ourselves in our private and personal lives as well as work lives. And with that, I'll wish everybody a good night. We are adjourned to the meeting on July 6, 2021. Thank you.